Wonderful. Welcome everybody this evening to the Ken Sanchez Commission Chambers. I call this February 25th, 2026 hybrid administrative meeting of Board of County Commissioners to order. Commissioner Benson will be joining remotely, and welcome to our chambers this evening. We will have a moment of silence dedicated to Sergeant Chapman. I'd like to read a recognition to him and his family. Find it. Yes. Okay. Sergeant Chapman recognition. I would like us to pause and recognize a tremendous loss for Bernalillo County and all who serve our community. On Monday evening, Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office Sergeant Michael Schlattman lost his life in the line of duty after being struck during a traffic stop on I-40 in the East Mountains. In an instant, a routine act of service turned into a tragedy that left a family grieving, a department mourning, and a community heartbroken. For nearly 14 years, Sergeant Schlattman dedicated his life to public service. Since joining the Sheriff's Office in 2012 and earning his promotion to Sergeant in 2024, he served with distinction in special investigations, auto theft, and as a task force officer with the United States Marshals Service and Drug Enforcement Administration. Most recently, he led and protected his team in the East Mountains. Beyond his titles and assignments, he was known as something even greater, a true public servant and a leader. Sheriff John Allen described him as someone who is always there for his deputies, standing beside them in the field and looking out for their safety and well-being. He never asked others to do what he would not do himself. He led not just with authority, but with integrity, humility, and heart. Tonight, we recognize that this loss extends far beyond a badge. It is felt by his family, his friends, his colleagues, and by every member of this community who depends on the courage of those who wear the uniform. We are reminded of the quiet sacrifices made every day by law enforcement officers and their families who stand beside and with them. We extend our deepest condolences to Sergeant Schlattman's loved ones and every member of the Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office. May they find strength in one another and comfort in knowing that his service, his leadership, and his sacrifice will not be forgotten. Please join us now in a moment of silence to honor Sergeant Michael Schlattman's life, his service, and his ultimate sacrifice. Commissioner Olivas, when you're ready, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Commissioner Olivas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for reading that beautiful memorial to Sergeant Schlattman and his family. And I just wanted to, invite the public and let the public know that there is a memorial of sorts that has been set up at the East Area Command in the East Mountains, just off of NM 333 and South 14 or NM 337 at the joint BCFR, BCSO command out there for folks that just, want to share cards, flowers, memories, or just, participate in the mourning, but in also the celebration of service and the spirit of service to our community that the sergeant embodied to the very end. And so on behalf of the residents of my district that are served by so many of these brave individuals that serve in our public safety departments. My sincerest condolences to the sergeant's family and to the whole BCSO team, and just invite the public to join in that memorial in whatever way feels best for you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And through the chair, I had an opportunity to speak with Sheriff Allen. I let him know that you would be honoring Sergeant Schlappman, and he wanted me to extend his sincere gratitude to each of you.
Thank you, and yes, our hearts and thoughts and prayers go out to all of those impacted in all our community. Thank you. Item number 3, Madam County Manager, are there any changes or additions to the agenda?
None from the staff.
Thank you, Madam. Commissioners, do we have any changes? Yes, Commissioner Olivas.
Yes, Madam Chair. I'd like to move 2 changes, do them separately if the board would allow. I'd like to request that item 9B, the federal single audit for the fiscal year ended June 30, be moved to the consent agenda if there's no objection.
9B. Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. 5 seconds. Okay. Any discussion? And I see Commissioner Walt Benson's hand raised.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had another request, no discussion on this item.
Okay, great. Please, Madam Clerk, call the roll, please. Sorry, Madam.
Commissioner Olivas,
Yes.
Commissioner Benson,
Yes.
Commissioner Barbara Baca,
Yes.
Vice Chair Baca,
Yes.
Chair Barboa.
Yes. Great. Commissioner Olivas has another, yes, go, Commissioner Olivas and then Commissioner Benson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let me find the item real quick. I apologize here. Sorry, item 8A, I'd like to request up to a 60-day deferral. I'd like to explain real quickly here my rationale on this item. So up to 60 days, so, less than that, it could come back. I've had some discussions with the sheriff, with the county manager, as well as with some of our colleagues at the city of Albuquerque to really further explore making this a true regional facility that is regionally accessible to all law enforcement in the region, and regionally funded by all law enforcement in the region or by, major participating entities. I think that there is definitely going to need to be a little bit more time. So that's why I'm requesting, or I will move up to 60-day deferral on item 8A.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Barbara Baca, the second. Any discussion?
May I-
Yes, the county manager.
Thank you. And is there, if it's okay, is there any direction that you want to give during that time?
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
If I may, Madam Chair, I think I did, but let me try to clarify a little bit. So the direction included in that deferral would be to pursue further meetings with collaborators at the city of Albuquerque to pursue the potential mission of a regional public safety training facility.
So, and the reason I was asking for the clarification is 2-part. One, that we have some updated information that has been requested by individual members of the commission that we would like to share with all of you, and then make sure as part of the agenda packet, which includes a timeline and an updated, I would say both updated and more clear financial framework. In addition to that, there was money that is coming through this legislative cycle, and it would be beneficial to us because we will know after March 11th if the governor has signed it. So that would allow us to have more accurate numbers for you. And then the third is that the reason I was asking for clarification is I'm assuming that there will be members of the commission who are interested in this, looking at this regional approach, and direction to me to make sure I'm talking to my counterparts at the city. Is that accurate? All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
I'm sorry, I have one more thing. Just to be clear, this is for the item is the Fleet and Facilities Management Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office shooting range. And I just said that because you used a different term, and I want to make sure I'm clear on the record. Thank you.
Yes, item 8A.
Thank you.
Commissioner Olivas?
Yes.
Commissioner Benson?
Yes.
Commissioner Barbara Baca?
Yes.
Vice Chair Baca?
Yes.
Chair Barboa?
Yes. Okay, so moved. Any other changes, discussion items? Oh, Commissioner
Yes,
Benson,
Madam Chair.
please, thank you, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to request a deferral of item 7A. Similar to Commissioner Olivas's concerns for 8, I would like to request a full economic impact study before we pass such a wide sweeping resolution. I think the resolution has a lot of really good aspects to it, but I would like to ask for a deferral so that we can see a economic impact study to see what the effects would be before we pass this legislation. And I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Benson. Do I have a second?
Second the motion.
Okay, we have a second from Commissioner Frank Baca. Can you call the roll? Any discussion? Would you like to have any discussion, Commissioner Benson?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to my colleagues for the consideration. My only concern is, and this is after impact from several business leaders and business organizations that have also voiced concern, is that this will have a very large economic impact to the county. It could raise tax revenues. I don't think it will, the way it's written, by attracting new businesses, but it could. It could also shrink tax revenues by not allowing Bernalillo County to continue to grow in terms of its tax base. If that were the case, then it would have a large impact in that our services continue to grow in expense. And so we'd be either looking at cutting services from the county or raising other taxes to make up for the lack of growth in business tax base. So that's the logic. And I request this is not a vote against the ordinance, just a deferral so that we could discern the true economic impact. And I would love to hear any position on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Benson. Yes, Commissioner Barbara Baca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And what we are talking about is the Economic Development and Community Benefits Resolution that I'm sponsoring. And I just will not be voting for deferral tonight, and I recommend that we hear it tonight. We have a lot of people here who have been working on this. We've been working on this project for a year now. I think there has been a lot of very good, strong community engagement in this, from business community to community groups. I would really like to hear that tonight and move this forward. And so I'll be voting against the deferral, and I encourage you to follow if you will consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baca. Yes, Commissioner Vice Chair Baca.
Thank you. So I very much like to hear and certainly entertained comments of people that are here, the public comment as well, and hear the discussion among the commission. But I guess my reason a little bit different, which is that if I understand the resolution correctly, at least the Plan B resolution, it basically sends the rubric document to staff to further vet it out and review it. So we're kind of, in a way, deferring it anyway. We're kind of punting because we're not adopting it tonight. We're sending it to, at least per what I've seen and read, to be further vetted and discussed. And I think that I'm generally, in support of the concept, but I do have concern as to whether or not it is expansive enough. In my district, I represent a lot of working people, people that have regular jobs and people that struggle on a day-to-day basis in spite of having a job. So what I see is where could we expand this to focus more on not just one particular pot, but actually focus on strategies, initiatives, and other ideas to benefit our entire community. The business community, they're gonna come or they're not, and we can debate that and discuss that. But I'm very concerned about, since we're doing an economic development strategy, I wanna make sure the people in my district are included. I wanna make sure that they're benefit. And these are working people. And I see a lot, reread the recommendations about 3 times the last weekend. Very impressed by the recommendations. And this is the executive summary. Very impressed by this document. Had a lot of good recommendations. I don't see a lot of those recommendations in the current resolution. I don't see them. I see a couple. I see one, and it says, well, we're going to research this some more, and we're going to develop this into one fund. But I'm still trying to understand why all these myriad of recommendations are not incorporated into the resolution as a strategy to increase good-paying jobs.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Baca.
I think this speaks to exactly why we do not want to defer this tonight, so that we can hear
Have
that
that
conversation, have that dialogue tonight, so.
And
I
Madam
think
Chair-
that is the appropriate place to have this conversation. If you want to make a motion to defer and we could take a vote. Otherwise, if we're going to talk the content of the resolution, I'd much rather have that when we get to that, and you can still, each of us will still have a vote at that time. Can we have this discussion when we go to the resolution?
Right, absolutely, and Madam Chair, you're absolutely correct, but that is my argument for wanting to defer it.
To defer.
Yeah, right.
Is to have, well, there's not another place to have a discussion except in public forum. I think that's what I hear you asking,
Well-
that you want community to be involved.
Well, and it's not necessarily on this dais. I think it's direction to the steering committee to,
Well, maybe I could ask Julie, just because I want to make sure, I
Sure.
feel like there has been a year's worth of work put into this, so if we're saying that's the reason, then it's hard for me to go with that, because I know there's also been a year, and there have been people that live in your community. I think there's people here tonight that live in your community that have been a part of this, so I just want to make sure we're having the discussion at the right time. Is that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is a motion and a second for deferral. The comment has been shared on the position. Call the question is an option, but the appropriate place would be wherever this will end up on the agenda or its original placement.
I will leave it to the sponsor
I'll call
of
the
the.
question.
Okay,
Second that.
thank you. We have a call question in a second. Okay, please call the vote.
Commissioner Olivas,
No to defer.
Commissioner Benson,
Yes.
Commissioner Barbara Baca,
No.
Vice Chair Baca,
yes.
Chair Barboa.
No. Yes, Commissioner Benson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make one more modification to tonight's agenda, if I could.
Yes.
I would request that we move item 7A up as high into the agenda as we can. I do have additional obligations tonight that I want to make sure that I can at least be present for this. And so I'd request that we move it up if it is the will of the commission, will of the chair and the commission. And I believe 5A would be as soon as we could take it, move it up, but I will rely on Julianne's expertise.
Thank you, Commissioner
And I
Benson.
make the motion.
Thank you. I believe I have it here, and I will move the item 7A, moved to public comment and communications as item 4A. Can I have a second, Commissioner Benson?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Second. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All in,
So,
please call.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So just to be clear for the public that are here, we will have public comment first, and then we will move to that item.
Yes,
is correct.
That is correct. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Lucas.
I'm sorry to dive into this. It's kind of nuanced, but that would mean that our guests from the South Valley Main Street and from UNM Hospital would be be waiting till after our debate and potential resolution of that. I would not support that. I think we should hear those items and then hear this after public comment and communications.
Commissioner Benson, would that be amenable? You were requesting item 5A, so I think we're now saying 4C or 4D, yes. 4C,
C.
sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, I will agree with Commissioner Olivas' modification. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second to move item 7A to be moved to public comment and communications. Now is item 4C. We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Olivas?
Yes.
Commissioner Benson?
Yes.
Commissioner Baca?
Yes.
Vice Chair Baca?
Yes.
Chair Barboa?
Yes. Thank you. We will move on to public comment then. Oh, shoot, sorry. Thank you for the reminder. So I don't actually have. Okay, I have a motion to approve the agenda
As amended.
as amended.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Olivas. Please call the vote.
Commissioner Olivas?
Yes.
Commissioner Benson?
Yes.
Commissioner Barbara Baca?
Yes.
Vice Chair Baca?
Yes.
Chair Barboa?
Yes. Thank you. And now we will move on to item 4, to public comment. We will hear, before we hear communications, each person has 2 minutes and you will be alerted about your time remaining. When your name is called, please listen to this so we can move quickly. When your name is called, please make your way to the podium here on my right. If you're speaking in person. Before making your statements, please state your name for the record and to maintain order and decorum in the spirit of professionalism and respect for everyone present. Speakers must adhere to the 2-minute time limit. If the conduct of the presenter violates the rules, they may be subject to removal. Javier, could you please call the names for public comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This evening, we have a total of 30 speakers in person and 4 speakers appearing remotely. Please line up at the podium when your name is called, and when it is your turn to speak, please state your name for the record. We will start with Emmett Yepa, followed by Jessica Carrasco, followed by Zahir Johnson, followed by Keegan Rose.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Emma Yepa. I'm here representing the Semilla Project in strong support of Commissioner Baca Economic Development Resolution. Right now, corporations can receive major tax breaks without strong requirements to reinvest in our communities. That means public dollars go out the door without guarantees that they create real opportunities here at home. This resolution changes that. It creates a clearer scoring system, so if companies want tax incentives, they must commit to local hiring, fair wages, workforce partnerships, environmental protections, and transparency. It also allows residents to have a voice in how economic development happens, which is critical. For me, this is personal. Investing in environmental justice isn't optional. It's fundamental to protecting communities and investing in our people. I've seen how climate change and investment impacts working families and young people. When public dollars support corporations, those dollars should also protect our water, strengthen climate resiliency, and create real job pathways for youth. We are not against growth. We are here for growth that protects our environment, invests in young people, and builds long-term community wealth. This resolution provides Bernalillo County with the necessary tools to ensure that economic development directly benefits our local residents rather than solely serving the interests of corporations. Please support this resolution. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Jessica Carrasco, followed by Zahir Johnson, followed by Keegan Rose.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Jessica Carrasco. I'm a youth entrant with the Semilla Project, and I'm also a graduate of Next Gen Workforce Program. I'm here in support of Commissioner Barbara Backham economic development resolution because economic development should benefit our community, not just a large corporation. When I will first join NextGen was nervous to even speak in front of others. Through NextGen, I built confidence, leadership skills, and real force experience that do not happen by accident. It happen because someone invest in young people like me, and that's what this resolution matters. When corporations receive tax breaks that is public money, it comes from our communities. It should not live without creating real opportunity in return. Young people in Bernalillo County are ready to work. We are ready to lead. We are ready to contribute. Economic development should build strong communities, not just bigger profits. These solutions ensure that growth includes us. Please support this solution. Thank you.
Zahir Johnson, followed by Keegan Rose, followed by Carolina Carrillo, followed by Isaac Romero.
Hello, good evening, commissioners. My name is Zaire Johnson, and I'm here on behalf of the SMEA project. I'm here in support of Commissioner Barbara Baca's economic development resolution. Through my time with SMEA, I've learned what real investment in people look like. I've participated in the leadership development workforce training through the Next Gen program. That challenged me to grow in ways I didn't expect. As a graduated participant of NextGen, I gained job experience, confidence, and friendships that truly changed my life. I've been able to help support my family. Most importantly, it showed me that I have a future. But not every young person gets that opportunity. When the county gives corporations tax breaks, that's public money, our money, and that public money should create real opportunities for the people who live here. If a company receives incentives, they should be hiring locally, paying fair wages, and partnering with workforce programs and investing in youth pathways, not just increasing profits. Economic development should build people, not just profits, because everybody deserves a better future. Please support this resolution. Thank you.
Keegan Rose, followed by Carolina Carrillo, followed by Isaac Romero, followed by Chad Matheson.
Keegan Rose. Good evening. Yate Commissioners. I am from Dinempequea and Kiwa. You may know them as the Navajo Nation and San Domingo Pueblo. I work at the SMEA project as the Outdoors Program Manager. I'm here in strong support of Commissioner Barbara Baca's economic development resolution because my responsibility is serving my community and to protect our inherent right to the land, to the water, and to the outdoors. As an Indigenous person, I was raised with the understanding that we are not separate from the land. We belong with it. While not everyone may identify as such or see themselves connected to the land, the truth is that we all depend on clean water, healthy soil, and a stable climate. What protects the land ultimately protects all of us. When corporations receive public support, they must also carry that same responsibility. Responsibility to the land, to the water, and to the people who call this place home. Accountability is not punishment. It is hojon, or balance. My ancestors taught me that when we take, we must also give back. This resolution asks corporations to do the same, to reinvest in the communities and environments that make their success possible. Economic development should not come at the cost of our sacred resources. It should strengthen our communities while protecting the land for future generations. With that understanding, we can see that the natural world connects everything and everybody. As I keep myself accountable to the teachings of my ancestors, I believe it is beneficial to keep corporations accountable. Thank you.
Carolina Carrillo, followed by Isaac Romero, followed by Chad Matheson, followed by Ariel Prado.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Carolina Carrillo, and I'm a community organizer with the Semilla Project. Before anything else, I'm a mother, and I also represent the South Valley community where I live. Mr. Baca is my who represents me. Everything I do on my work and my life is about building better future for my children and families across Bernalillo County. At the Semilla, I work alongside young people and parents who are doing everything they can do to build stable, meaningful lives. I see firsthand how access to workforce training, environment education, and leadership development can transform not just one person, but entire family's future. Opportunity changed everything. As a mom, I constantly ask myself, will my children have a good jobs when they grow up? Will they breathe clean air and drink a safe water? Will our economy create opportunity or leave families behind? When corporations receive tax breaks, that is a public money. It belongs to our community. And public money should be held families who live here. If companies benefit from tax incentives, they must give back the meaningful ways. Economic development should build strong families and healthy communities, not just increase corporate profits. This resolution is about responsibility, and it's about ensuring that growing in Bernalillo County includes the people who call this place home. As a mother, I want my children to grow up in a county where growth means stability, opportunity, and environment protection, not just profits for a few. This resolution moves us to the future. Please support this resolution. Thank you.
Isaac Romero, followed by Chad Matheson, followed by Ariel Prado, followed by Berenice Estrada.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Isaac Romero, Deputy Cabinet Secretary for the State Economic Development Department. Like many others, I am a born and raised New Mexican, grew up in the South Valley of New Mexico, and saw a dream that my parents gave me, which was you can be successful, you can do things in the state. And I'm not here to necessarily oppose this resolution, but perhaps the process. For right now, the department and the county, we both share the same goal. From the department's perspective, this rubric aims to protect community interests, invest in the workforce, and local infrastructure. We support that intent. But with such rigid legislation, we anticipate losing before we even have the chance to compete. Our incentives at the state level already include many of the targets that are wanting to be hit. And we expect that our communities do the same with companies that we attract. This is already, and one example is this resolution being introduced is already costing us jobs. A space company who was set to announce a major project in Bernalillo County, when they heard about this resolution, just that it was introduced, they canceled their announcement. That's 150 high-wage jobs, $1.2 million in new county tax revenue, $228 million in 10-year economic impact for the county. Gone. Just with the proposal. This is what the doors are being closed on. The voices missing from this process are glaring. They include the Albuquerque Regional Economic Alliance, City of Albuquerque, my department, the New Mexico Economic Development Department. We're not consulted. Site selectors were not at the table. The only one involved was hired by the county, and even they admitted that it would hurt jobs. Our mission at the department is to build pathways for prosperity for New Mexico families. We cannot deliver that if we cannot attract investments to the state. New Mexico Economic Development invests in jurisdictions that are competitive and will collaborate. We hope that is still Bernalillo County. Thank you.
Renee Pacheco, followed by Yari Ochoa, followed by Ricardo Paz.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm speaking on behalf of Chad Matheson, Interim CEO and President of the Albuquerque Regional Economic Alliance. My name is Aida Roberts, and I serve as Vice President of Business Development. In this role, I work directly with site selectors, companies, and local economic developers on expansion and relocation projects in Bernalillo County and throughout the region. We understand that the intent behind the proposed rubric is to encourage community-aligned growth. That goal is shared by all of us in economic development and the business community. Tonight, we wanted to share 3 primary concerns surrounding the rubric in its current form. First, feedback from existing local companies. During this process, we have been engaged in conversations with economic-based employers who would be directly impacted by this resolution during an expansion. In those conversations, they have indicated that this rubric would substantially alter, if not completely eliminate, their consideration of Bernalillo County for future expansions. Second, increased project complexity. Employers' concerns point to the fact that the proposed rubric adds 15 to 20 new scoring requirements to an already competitive and time-sensitive process. As you know, companies and site selectors prioritize speed and clarity. When processes appear complex or uncertain, locations are often removed from consideration early. Third, the need for fiscal impact analysis. Without modeling the potential loss of investment, job creation, and public revenue tied to site selection decisions, the county risks making policy changes without full visibility into the long-term fiscal impact. Tonight, we respectfully ask that you pause this rubric, conduct a fiscal impact analysis, and ensure it aligns with the recommended structure provided by the consultant Genovis. Thank you.
Camilla Feebleman, followed by Nettie Dominguez, followed by Tiffany Cunningham.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Ariel Prado. I'm here with Organized Power in Numbers, and I'm here in support of the economic resolution presented by Commissioner Barbara Baca. Over the past year, as has already been named, there were many forums in which community members were engaged to talk about what economic development means to them and how economic development can serve our communities. I attended 3 of those forums, and I was proud to see so many of my neighbors in the room who were ready to be part of a meaningful discussion about how economic development in our county can actually serve working families, how economic development in our county can take into account our environment, the need to keep our water clean, that we all need to breathe clean air. This rubric is fairly common sense. I'm a little suspicious, to be honest, of a business that would look at this rubric and decide that this is prohibitive of doing business in Bernalillo County. To look at this rubric and say, well, we can't promise that we're going to keep the water clean. We can't promise that we're not going to contaminate the air. We can't promise that we're going to hire locally. We can't promise that we're going to provide local job training, and so we're going to pull out. And I would question whether that's the kind of neighbor that we want in our county. I think the other piece of this, it's been criticized for this question of clarity. And I don't understand that critique, because this rubric does the exact opposite. It creates clarity. It creates a process. It allows businesses from outside of the county to look and say, oh, this is exactly what we need to do in order to do business in Bernalillo County, rather than relying on case-by-case negotiations, as is the status quo. So I would encourage you to support the resolution. I thank Commissioner Barbara Baca for bringing it forward. And I thank everybody in this room, many of whom were part of or who participated in the forums over the past year, and whose contributions are reflected in the resolution being brought forth. Thank you.
Tiffany Cunningham, followed by Ernie C. DeBaca, followed by Vinicio Torres.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Berenice Estrada, and I am here on behalf of the Semilla Project. You can see many of our members here in the room, waiting green. We are here in strong support of Commissioner Barbara Baca Economy Development Resolution. I grew up watching my family, my community, working hard, long hours, multiple shifts, multiple jobs, and I still struggle to access a stable employment, a stable training, and real opportunities. As an immigrant myself, and as someone who came through under-resourced systems, I know what it feels to have the potential, but not a clear pathway ahead. This work is not just my profession, it's my responsibility. As Semilla, we build those pathways through NextGen. We connect young people to certifications, apprenticeships, environmental stewardship, and real workforce opportunities. We are preparing the next generation to lead an economy that is rapidly changing because of climate impacts, because new technologies, and emerging industries that are coming to our county. Public dollars should not subsidize extraction. They should build community wealth. They should protect our water. They should protect our land. They should protect our communities. They should create real job pipelines for local youth. They should strengthen small businesses, and they should ensure that growth does not come at the expense of working families. We are not against economic development. We are fighting for development that is community-centered, that is climate conscious, and that is accountable. Because the next generation deserves more than promises. We deserve a structure, we deserve investment, and we deserve protection. This resolution gives Bernalillo County the tools to ensure that growth includes our communities and that safeguards the land and the water that sustain us. Please, I urge you to stand with our youth, with our workers, with our families, and please support this resolution. Thank you.
Susana Zamorano, Janice Cardenas, Victoria Martinez.
Hi, my name is Renee Pacheco. I'm here to talk about the protests, walkouts at school. What are students learning when they are encouraged to walk out of school and stand up against authority that is rightfully protecting and justly doing their job? For 10 years, we have ranked 50th in the nation for academics. How are we preparing our students to succeed in the world when many cannot read or do basic math? Yet our principals like Ken Rahedge at John Adams allow students to walk out to protest against ICE. Yet our politicians like Melanie Stanberry and Tim Keller close City Hall buildings to prepare for the influx of protest. This is illegal. Children without permission from parents to protest are allowed to walk out or claimed by other adults. It is illegal to use school property and time for protest. Students should be taught right from wrong, legal versus illegal, and our freedoms. Why do we have borders and safety laws? This should be done inside our classrooms. Have the discussions, have the debates, teach our children both sides. Why are we arresting and deporting illegals? When an immigrant comes into the United States in an incorrect manner, ICE is to detain them. When they commit a crime, we are to arrest them. Educate our students on laws and stand with the victims. The girl that was raped in her own bed, an autistic child who was raped, Megan Boss, who was murdered and left in a bleach-filled container with an 8-year-old child whose skull was fractured by a rock. Now that you are presented with these facts, how do you move forward and address this important issue of taking students out of public schools for unlawful protest? Thank you for your assistance in this matter.
Victoria Martinez, followed by Allison Riley, followed by Gabriela Carrillo.
I think you need to start back at the,
So just for clarity, when your name is called and you're starting to line up, we're just moving on to the next queue so you can line up, so just keep coming forward.
Hello, good evening, Commissioners. My name is Yari Ochoa. I'm with Organized Power in Numbers, and I'm a lifelong New Mexican. I'm speaking to you as someone who has worked 65 hours a week just to make ends meet. I know what accountability looks like in the real world. If I don't meet expectations at work, I don't get rewarded. I face real-life consequences. That's how it is for working people. So it's hard to understand why corporations receiving millions of our tax dollars are held to a lower standard. Public money should come with public oversight, not promises, not closed-door agreements, measurable benchmarks, transparent reporting, and real enforcement. I'm not anti-business. We need business. We need economic development here. But growth should actually strengthen the quality of life for New Mexican families. For too long, we've repeated the same economic model. Warehouses, car washes, gas stations, industries that often bring low wage, high turnover, and limited career mobility. That doesn't build long-term stability. That doesn't keep our young people here. That doesn't create the kind of future you say we want. If working families are expected to meet real-world expectations every single day, then corporations and billionaires receiving taxpayer incentives should also meet those requirements. For our community, that means a public rubric, clear, measurable job and wage standards, an enforcement measure that actually means something, and then oversight is also not a punishment, it's how we make progress. It's how we make sure public investments actually improve our lives. If we're investing taxpayer dollars, we deserve a real return in good jobs, strong wages, and genuine opportunity for all of us. Thank you.
This one. Should I go ahead? Okay. Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Nady Dominguez. I'm the Executive Director of Organized Power Numbers. We're a worker organization across the Sun Belt, and we work with many municipal governments, including like you all, where we've done policies like this one to actually advance economic development, but in a way that actually benefits the communities and that is really addressing the needs of those communities. I wanted to make 2 points. One, the rubric is not an approval process, as many of you know. This point process for businesses to actually show what are they going to be able to bring to the table. So I think it's really important to not provide false information to the public that it is not an approval process. It's a process to show what the businesses are going to commit to. Number two, we can't have the perfect be the enemy of the good. And this process doesn't mean that we're going to only stop here. We believe that there has to be stakeholder conversations between businesses, community, climate groups, workers, unions to be part of this process. And they've been all engaged in this process with you, so many of you, for more than a year now. So I think it is time that we take a step forward and not get the perfect be the enemy of actually taking a step forward for communities that very much deserve it. Many of our competitive cities like Phoenix, like Denver, like Houston in our region already have these policies, and they've only been growing and developing more. It has not stopped business. It's good for business. It's good for Streamline, and it's good for our communities. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ricardo Paz. I was here last month to express my support for the Community Benefits Resolution, and specifically the rubric because they identified specific measurable outcomes that are giving values. As a teacher, we use rubrics as a best practice because students know what is expected and how to meet these marks. Businesses similarly need to know what our community expects and demands while assessing incoming projects. I attended a couple of the community dialogues that were held late last summer. It was a fascinating learning experience, listening to my neighbors share their thoughts and what they envision for a better Bernalillo County. Today I'm here to share that I'm hopeful that the voices that spoke up at those community dialogues, including the students, teachers, and parents, whom I engage with every day, will be represented by community through the creation of a community advisory board to ensure that these projects will benefit us directly. We work hard as teachers for our students, but at some point, we let them go. And it is our hope that they will grow up to become successful contributing members in the county of Bernalillo. Let's do what we can know now to provide a better tomorrow for our students, for our families and workers. For that to happen, big businesses need to pay their fair share and meet the standards set forth in our community-based rubric. It's that simple. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. My Commissioner, thank you for your service. I'm Camila Feibelman. I'm the director of the Sierra Club's Rio Grande chapter. Our organization had the opportunity, along with our members, to participate in the community-based process and give feedback, and we see that reflected in the resolution tonight. I want to put this in context as a taxpayer. So if I get a tax credit, let's say for putting solar panels on my roof, I have to demonstrate that I actually put the solar panels on my roof in exchange for that tax credit. So as a taxpayer, which I'm sure like most of us, I'm kind of working on the margins to see, what's childcare going to cost? What's my daily life going to cost? I want to know that the businesses that are coming to town who are potentially receiving huge tax breaks, which means money outside of or out of the county's pocket, are actually doing the things that we want them to do in exchange for that. So to my mind, the point system demonstrates to us what are the avoided costs to our community from a company coming here. If we're going to have to pay taxpayer money to deal with air quality issues, water contamination issues, bad records for treatment of workers, the net benefit to us as a county and taxpayers is negative. So let's make it a positive. Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners, everybody. Thank you for your time and thank you for your hard work. My name is Tiffany Cunningham, for the record. I just want to be obviously in favor of this resolution. I took part in this discussion. I went to, I think, every single meeting except for one over the summer. So, and I think that it is a work in progress and we should hear more voices. Absolutely. This is for everybody. It's for everybody's benefit and that's the goal everybody should keep their eye on. Because I know that we would not have done this in vain and wasted our time, energy, and resources to not listen to our community. That would be ridiculous, and we would never do that, would we? So these concerns, of course, there are concerns from the business folks. Of course there are, and of course they should be heard, and we do need business. I'm not anti-business. But I don't feel like we should be groveling to them or on our knees. And we're competing with other states, I hear, and yet other states are taking action to remedy this issue. In fact, I think there should be some non-negotiables that states should come up with together so that our resources are not wasted or diminished or polluted. There are hidden costs, definitely. We don't want quick fixes. We don't want businesses that are going to come in here as a quick Band-Aid fix. And it feels to me like you're going to step over dimes to pick up pennies, right? If we want businesses to want to come here, they need to recognize that our state and our community is an actual jewel. They should grovel to come here. I just spent the best weekend up at Sandia Peak skiing this weekend. I know that seems crazy because it's so warm, but I had the best time. There are so many treasures here. I think that we need to really think about our anchor economic institutions and develop that. Thank you.
Nettie Dominguez, followed by Ernie C. Dabaca, followed by Evanicio Torres.
Go ahead, sir. You can come up. They're just naming the next to get in line. Sir, I don't know. Go ahead.
Oh, come
Just
along.
say your name when you come up and just keep moving forward when it's your next. He's calling the next people to get up. Sorry. Thank you for the clarity. Go ahead, Mr. Cedevaca.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Ernie C. Dabaca, President, CEO of the Albuquerque Hispano Chamber of Commerce. Among other things, our mission at the Chamber is to promote economic development and create opportunity for small businesses, for working families, and for the next generation of New Mexicans who deserve to build their futures here. That is why we are deeply concerned about the county's community benefits proposed resolution. We want growth that reflects our community also, but we must be honest about this resolution as written, what it actually does. It means that companies will pass over Bernalillo County and look elsewhere to expand and create jobs. And it is working families and entrepreneurs who will feel that loss the most. There will be less new jobs for our kids, less work for our local businesses to support companies. We are seeing real momentum here in Bernalillo County, and this resolution threatens to stop that progress. This resolution does not have a fiscal impact report associated with it, and to pass it would be doing so without the knowledge of what the fiscal implications may have. It does not have a fiscal impact report. It's what we'd really like. You know, the person that spoke from the Sierra Club talking about a solar tax credit at the state of New Mexico. That bill had a fiscal impact report, because anytime you give a tax credit or anytime you do something fiscally, you should really know what the outcome is, what it's going to really do for the county or for the state. We urge you to defer this resolution to allow for that fiscal analysis. The Chamber would love to engage our members in that process. Please do not rush this. Find out how this resolution fiscally impacts Bernalillo County. The stakes are too high. Thank you.
Evanicio Torres, followed by Susana Zamorano, followed by Janice Cardenas.
Thank
Benicio Torres. I'm here to speak on behalf of the South Valley Main Street, but more specifically La Familia Farmers Market. This is entering my 5th year, and I've seen serious growth in attendance, awareness. It's a very family-friendly environment. My part in this whole thing is programming the very popular concert series, which has kind of become a mainstay in conjunction with the market. 18 weeks. Thank you, Commissioner Baca, for endorsing us. This is only going to allow us to continue our high level and elevate it in many ways. I hear the word economic impact, and I'm a firm believer as an event programmer that if you bring people, they will take care of itself. That project will take care of itself. With an average attendance last year of anywhere between 800 and 1,200 and even more, it just seems to work itself out. I think one of the areas that doesn't get discussed enough in a program like ours is the quality of life, the contribution to the programming for our constituents that attend religiously, you know, so it's a big impact, you know, and the audiences are starting to come from different districts now. You know, we sit and we chat and they say, no, man, I drove down from the East Mountains. Oh, no, I live in Corrales. No, I live in Taylor Ranch. But we come down here. Where's the program? Where's the list of? So it's impacting everybody. The farmers to garden to tables is happening. You know, they're cultivating the product at 10, 12 in the morning, and by that afternoon, 7:30, 8 o'clock, it's on the table. So those things all take a substantial increase to our attendance. I mentioned the family-friendly children's areas, playgrounds, strollers walking around, people dancing, you know, kids walking around with a honey stick instead of a bag of Takis. Folks, I invite you, spend one evening, one of these 18, come down and see if this prototype of a farmer's market can help you. Thank you.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Susana Zamorano. Soy una persona que muy pronto entraré a esa etapa de retiro. ¿Y saben qué? Quiero retirarme para vivir una vida con dignidad. Y todo lo que he venido escuchando en los foros...
Can I stop you just for a second? Can I make sure we have translation? Okay, just want to make sure.
I'm taking notes.
Oh, okay, sorry, go ahead.
Would you like the interpretation after the 2 minutes?
No, I think if you just stand with her and maybe you could do
Oh, you're good. Okay.
in between, yeah. I think if that, whatever, actually, señora, what feels most comfortable to you? Ask her, okay.
Bueno, todo lo que he venido escuchando en las presentaciones porque he tenido la oportunidad de participar y la oportunidad me la he dado porque me interesa, porque he estado viendo de que nosotros los trabajadores, ya como yo, que vamos y estamos en la tercera edad, somos trabajadores de bajos recursos, de salarios no altos, y con la propuesta que presentan, realmente me pregunto, $18, más quítale lo que me va a quitar el Estado, el federal, la aseguranza y todo eso, realmente son $18 que voy a tener la oportunidad de recibir para vivir una vida con dignidad, siendo que yo estoy trabajando para que muchos de los que están presentes y no presentes puedan tener la oportunidad de recibir un salario de retiro digno. Pero nosotros, a la estadística que se está viendo, las generaciones a futuro, no vamos a tener esa oportunidad. Yo he invertido más de 2 minutos en informarme. Considero injusto que me den 2 minutos para expresarles mi angustia, mi temor y mi frustración. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. No salí.
Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Susana Zamorano. I am a person who will soon be reaching the age of retirement. And you know what? I would like to retire with dignity. I have heard the presentations. I've had many opportunities to listen to other people because this is a topic that is of interest to me. I am here representing workers who are reaching their older stages in life, who work with low resources and wages that are not high. When I hear your proposal, I ask myself if $18 per hour is enough. After we get reduced the federal taxes, state taxes, and insurance, do I get to take $18 home so that I have the opportunity to live a life with dignity? I am here working for all those who are present as well as those who are not, so that they can all get dignified wages. Not all of us will be able to have that those will not be able to work in the future. And I am here asking or getting the 2 minutes or requesting 2 minutes to inform. I've taken more than 2 minutes to inform myself on what is, and to inform myself. And I believe that it is fair that I get 2 minutes to talk about my frustrations and my doubts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Janice Cardenas, and I'm proudly served as one of the steering committee members. I'm also a mom of 4 young Burqueños who are my inspiration and why I fight so hard as a campaign manager at a worker power organization called Organized Power in Numbers, where we strive to build a society where working people are centered in all of the decision making. This process has been very special for me. I've appreciated every minute, even the challenging ones. And I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to the commissioners who supported this process and for the reassurances that they too want the best for working peoples of Bernalillo County. But let me tell you what I don't appreciate. It's the intentional attempt to disrupt the valuable community-based approach and process by state economic development folks and the folks that are speaking up today with the fear-mongering tactics that suggest that they know what's best for us. If that was the case, then why are poor people getting poorer and why are rich people getting richer? I argue it's because the business as usual for these guys doesn't work for all of us. And working people work too hard for too little, and we're fed up. This resolution absolutely is the change that we need to ensure our working communities are truly getting a return of our investment. And I ask that you please vote in support of this resolution, and more importantly, uphold that the rubric be used as a tool that's tied to the granted abatement amount and that we require pilot contributions by these projects. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Allison Riley. I'm the Vice President of Government Relations and Policy at the New Mexico Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber shares the values of workforce development, transparency, and sustainability reflected in this resolution. However, where we diverge is not in the values, but in the structure. As outlined in the proposed community benefits rubric, this resolution introduces a standardized scoring system that would be applied across every major economic development tool, including IRBs, LEDA, JTIP, and others. This represents a fundamental shift in how Bernalillo County evaluates projects. Corporate site selectors consistently tell us that rigid, prescriptive frameworks reduce competitiveness, and economic development works best when incentives can be tailored to unique projects. A one-size-fits-all rubric, even when rooted in good intentions, limits that flexibility. Another major concern is certainty and timing. This resolution adds multiple layers of review, rubric scoring, advisory committee input, expanded reporting, and community engagement requirements before the final approval. This uncertainty itself is often disqualifying. Companies routinely evaluate several locations at once, and projects tied to federal funding, defense timelines, and construction timelines cannot wait. Even the perception of delay can remove Bernalillo County from consideration early on. The rubric also diverges from national norms and shifts the emphasis towards prescriptive operational requirements that many peer markets do not require. Finally, small and mid-sized firms, who are our biggest employers, may lack the capacity to navigate layered compliance structures and will choose jurisdictions where the rules are less complex. Competitiveness is a community value. It drives jobs, wages, and overall long-term stability. We urge the county to preserve flexibility, avoid grading companies, and ensure framework supports the county's ability to compete for investment. Thank you.
Victoria Martinez, followed by Gabriela Carrillo, followed by Janice Antion.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Gabriela Carrillo. I am a high school student and a youth organizer with the Semilla Project. As a high schooler, I'm constantly being asked what I want to do after graduation, whether I want to go to college, what career I'll choose, and whether I plan staying in Bernalillo County. The truth is, I want to stay. I want to build my future here, but that depends on the opportunities that are created now. When the county gives tax breaks to corporations, that's public money, money that belongs to our community. As young people, we're asking, what are we getting in return? Are companies creating good-paying local jobs? Are they investing in job trainings? and our apprenticeship programs for students like me? Are they protecting the environment we're going to take over? The decisions you make today will shape the economy we graduate into tomorrow. Economy development should mean real opportunities for local families and young people, not just larger profits or bigger corporations. I respectfully ask for you to support this resolution. Something I want to say to Barbara Barca, everyone here in green supports you. Thank you.
Janet Antillon, followed by Rebecca Wofford, followed by Ana Garcia.
Mr. Chair, miembros del Consejo, may I again ask you for the traduction? Denise, can you please help me? Okay. Estoy aquí en representación de las familias trabajadoras que todos los días salen a sus trabajos para poder proveer para sus hijos. Sin embargo, los empleos y salarios a los cuales tenemos acceso son salarios de pobreza y difícilmente cubrimos nuestras necesidades básicas como alimento, vivienda y servicios.
Good evening, Madam Chair and our council members. I am here representing the working families who go to their jobs every day to provide for their children. However, the jobs and wages we have access to are poverty wages, and we can barely cover our basic needs such as food, housing, and utilities.
Es urgente que al traer fuentes de empleo a nuestro estado, estas compañías ofrezcan sueldos y prestaciones que permitan a nuestras familias tener una vida digna y al mismo tiempo impulsen el desarrollo económico del mismo.
It is urgent that when companies bring jobs to our state, they offer salaries and benefits that allow our families to live with dignity and at the same time promote the state's economic development.
Estoy convencida del talento y potencial de nuestros jóvenes, quienes actualmente se preparan en las aulas y programas de aprendices, obteniendo conocimientos y habilidades que fortalecen nuestra fuerza laboral.
I am convinced that when companies bring jobs to our state, they offer salaries and benefits that allow our families to live with dignity. I apologize. I am convinced of the talent and potential of our young people who are currently training in classrooms and apprenticeship programs, gaining knowledge and skills that strengthen our workforce.
Estas compañías no solo deben venir y tomar beneficios. Estas compañías no solo deben venir y tomar beneficios, recursos naturales y emplear el mínimo de trabajadores locales. Por el contrario, deben enriquecer nuestra comunidad a través de más y mejores empleos a largo plazo.
These companies should not simply come and take profits, natural resources, and employ the fewest amount of local workers. On the contrary, they should enrich our community through more and better long-term jobs.
Por tanto, es justo decir que todas las decisiones sobre cuáles compañías vengan a nuestro estado deben de beneficiar proporcionalmente a nuestra comunidad, así como estas compañías se benefician de nuestros recursos humanos y naturales.
Therefore, it is only fair to say that all decisions regarding which companies come to our state must proportionally benefit our community, just as these companies benefit from our human and natural resources.
Por último, aprobar esta resolución por sí solo no es suficiente. Necesitamos que los componentes del cumplimiento de la rúbrica se mantengan para que realmente sea efectiva para los trabajadores. Gracias por su atención.
Lastly, the approval alone, it will not be enough. We need to maintain the rubric that will allow benefits for our workers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janet Antillon, followed by Rebecca Wofford, followed by Ana Garcia.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Janet. I'm also here with Semilla Project. As a mom, I think about the future that my children will constantly grow up in, the air they will breathe, the water they will drink, and whether they'll have access to good, stable jobs in a healthy community. That's why I support Commissioner Baca's resolution. When the county gives tax breaks to companies, it's our money that's being used. That money should always benefit the community and come with clear accountability. That's public money, our money. And as families, when we invest in something, we expect it to give back. Public dollars should always come with clear accountability. If companies benefit from our community, they should also hire locally, pay fair wages, partner with workforce programs, and protect our water, our air, and our land. Growth should not come at the expense of our children's health or our natural resources. At Semilla, we prepare young people for careers that strengthen both our economy and our environment. This resolution will help ensure those two things go hand in hand. I respectfully urge you to support it for our families and for the future we are shaping today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of County Commissioners. My name is Rebecca Wofford. I'm here to support Commissioner Barbara Baca's resolution to ensure corporations that receive public tax incentives are beneficial to our communities. Not all businesses are equal or have equal impact on our communities. While some provide good jobs and economic movement to the communities that they're in, many would rather focus on squeezing every cent that they can from the working people and their economies. Across the U.S., more and more communities have been passing ordinances that are much stricter than this one, limiting expansion of dollar stores because of their labor abuses, predatory tactics, and monopoly consolidations. And then we see large corporations that push labor laws to their limits and their local ecosystems past theirs. When I teach about mining towns, Scrip, the company stores, and their exploitative practices, I should not have local comparisons.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Diana, and I'm here with Ole today. I support adopting Commissioner Baca's Economic Development Resolution because public dollars should create public benefit. When the county offers incentives like tax breaks or bonds, those investments should come with clear standards for local hiring, good wages, small business participation, and community impact. Too often, economic development happens without measurable accountability. This policy creates transparency and ensures that companies receiving public support contribute back to our communities. I urge you to adopt the community benefits rubric, establish strong standards, and move this forward without weakening its core purpose. If public money is involved, the public deserves real returns. Thank you all.
Victoria Martinez, followed by David Garcia, followed by Javier Solis, followed by Terrence Pantaya.
Buenas tardes, comisionados. Mi nombre es Ana García, soy del condado de Bernalillo. Estamos aquí porque estoy cansado de ver tantos grandes proyectos aquí en Albuquerque que vienen las compañías grandes, usan nuestra tierra, usan nuestra energía, y solo estoy aquí para decirles que nosotros tenemos unos trabajadores aquí en nuestro estado que pueden hacer el trabajo de otras compañías que vienen de lejos. Entonces estoy aquí para pedirle al condado que se asegure de una contratación local y una sugerencia sería pedir un requisito que sean de aquí de Albuquerque, que sean manos de Albuquerque, no de otros estados. Muchas gracias.
Good evening. My name is Ana Garcia. I'm here from Bernalillo County. I'm here because I'm tired of seeing large projects here in Albuquerque that are coming, large companies that are coming in and using our earth and our energy, but they bring workers from other states. We have workers here in our same county, and we're asking the county to make sure that we have local hiring, and this is not just this is not just a suggestion, but an actual requirement from that all the workers be from Albuquerque. Thank you.
David Garcia, followed by Javier Solis, followed by Terrence Pantaya.
Hola, mi nombre es Javier Solís y vivo aquí en el barrio del Warzone, que le dicen. Estoy aquí porque amo mi comunidad y quiero verla superar para las próximas generaciones, que queremos una verdadera asociación. Estamos pidiendo una oportunidad de contratación local primero. Tenemos el talento justo aquí en nuestros propios códigos postales y somos familias muy trabajadoras. Estoy aquí porque yo estoy cansado de ver grandes proyectos llegar a Albuquerque y se usan nuestra tierra, nuestro sol, pero traen trabajadores de otros estados. Tenemos la capacidad y la energía aquí mismo en Bernco. Le pedimos al condado que se asegure de que la contratación local sea no sea solo una sugerencia, sino un requisito. Seguimos escuchando que Albuquerque es el futuro de la energía o el próximo centro tecnológico, pero mis vecinos y yo queremos saber dónde están los programas de capacitación. Queremos que en Bernco sea el líder y el único de más aprendizajes certificados aquí mismo en el condado. Estamos aquí para exigir que cualquier nuevo desarrollo le dé algo a la comunidad y ahora mediante el financiamiento para nuestros negocios locales o programas de aprendizaje. Queremos estar seguros de que realmente podemos permitirnos vivir aquí. Queremos empleos sindicalizados y bien remunerados, que permitan a un padre o una madre soltera mantener a sus hijos sin tener que trabajar 3 diferentes trabajos. Son la columna verdadera de este condado y ahora que los contratos reflejen eso. Queremos inversiones locales, de obra local, respeto. Gracias.
Hello, my name is Javier Solis. I'm here today because I love my community, but I'd like to see it thriving for the next generation. We want a partnership. We call for a local first hiring opportunity. We have the talent right here in our own zip codes, and we are hardworking families with small children who are ready to build the future of Albuquerque. I'm here because I'm tired of seeing big projects come to Albuquerque that use our land, our sun, and sometimes don't hire locals. Well, we have the skill right here in-house. We are asking the county to ensure that local hire isn't just a suggestion. We keep hearing that Albuquerque is the future of energy or the next tech hub, but my neighbors and I want to know, where are the training programs for us? We want to see Bernco lead the way in starting more certified apprenticeships, using vocational schools and other resources in the community to really build up the workforce and the skill set needed for these projects right here in the county. We are here to demand that any new development gives back to the community, whether that's funding for our local businesses or said programs just mentioned. We want to be sure we can actually afford to live here comfortably. We want good paying jobs that allow a single parent to provide for their kids without having to work 3 different jobs. Workers are the backbone of our community, and it's time that contracts reflect that. We want local investment, local labor, and local respect. Thank you.
Commissioners, my name is Terrence Bantilla, and I'm a member of OLE. Economic development should mean good paying jobs, not just new buildings and tax breaks. When the county gives initiatives to companies, workers deserve guarantees, fair wages, safe working conditions, local hiring, and real pathways to advancement. Public money should not be subsidized poverty wages or unstable jobs. This resolution creates accountability by tying incentives to measurable worker benefits. It sends a clear message that economic growth in this county must lift up the people who do the work, not just the corporations that profit. I urge you to please adopt this rubric without weakening labor standards. If public funds are involved, workers must see the return. Thank you.
This concludes our in-person speakers. We will now move on to our speakers remote. Senator Debbie O'Malley.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Senator. Thank you for joining us today. Go ahead.
Madam Senator, it looks like you are now muted. Go ahead.
Okay, now we'll go. Let me try again. Madam Chair, County Commissioners, my name is Debbie O'Malley, and I represent State Senate District 13. And I'm here today to speak. I'm sure I'll be repeating some of the same points. I'm here to speak in support of Resolution 7A, Bernalillo County's proposed economic development strategy. When public tax dollars often totaling tens of millions of dollars are invested or abated for economic development, our community deserves real, fair, and measurable benefits in return. Those benefits are best achieved when clear policies require a thorough analysis of any request for public subsidies before it's even brought before an elected body for approval. Establishing clear standards and requirements promotes transparency, prevents the appearance of backdoor dealings or personal enrichment, and can only strengthen public trust in government. These safeguards also help ensure that economic development efforts truly serve the public interest. For these reasons, I respectfully urge you to vote in favor of Resolution 7A. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners.
Thank you, Senator.
Joanne Baker.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'd first of all like to thank Commissioner Baca and the other commissioners who have put together this resolution and a very thoughtful process. I'm with the United Association Local 412, that's the Plumber and Pipe Fitters Union, and I was part of the Economic Development Steering Committee. Labor generally isn't at the table with these types of committees. And so I want to thank this commission for ensuring that labor was there. The economic development community and business community could have had a voice all along. As part of the steering committee, there were many community dialogues that community was invited to. I want to point out that with this rubric, each piece of it aligns with the mission of the Economic Development Department of Bernalillo County. I'm part of a building trades union. We build, we want to build, we want companies to come in and build, and we want Bernalillo County to grow. But as any contractor knows, you don't build just to build. You build it right the first time. And you also have to be flexible. There's a thing called change orders. We want to build a community that works for everybody. This rubric is pro-transparency for both community and business. And as a prior business owner, I definitely understand the constraints that businesses can be under. And this would help a small business like the one I used to have because it promotes using local vendors and uplifting all businesses, not just the one that's coming to town. So what I have to say is if a business wants to come in, they can come in. If a business wants to come in and use community money, they need to give community benefit. Thank you.
Jesus Arguello. Go ahead. Jesus Arguello.
Hello? We see that you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jesus Arguello, and I am an urban forestry and agriculture intern with the Semilla Project. I'm here today in support of Barbara Baca's Economic Development Resolution. If it were not for NextGen, a workforce development program created by the Semilla Project to connect youth to the land, I would not have known where to begin my journey in agriculture. NextGen did more than teach me how to grow food. It provided mentorship, hands-on training, and a clear pathway into professional development. It gave me a job that not only provided a paycheck, but opened doors to long-term opportunity. Through that experience, I learned what real economic development looks like. It invests directly in people. It creates access to education and workforce training. It builds skills that remain in the community and continue to generate opportunity. My experience with NextGen is proof that when we invest locally, we strengthen our local economy. In my work practicing regenerative agriculture and learning indigenous methods that teach us to work with the land, not against it, I have seen how regenerative agriculture restores soil, strengthens ecosystems, and creates long-term sustainability. Healthy soil retains nutrients, and we invest them back into future growth. Our economy should function the same way, retaining resources, building local capacity, and reinvesting in our own communities rather than allowing wealth to be extracted. By prioritizing regeneration over extraction, we can expand economic opportunity, protect the environment where we live, and build stronger, more resilient communities for future generations. I respectfully urge you to support this resolution. Thank you.
We also had Rhiannon Samuel sign up to speak. They are not online. Madam Chair, this concludes our public comment.
Thank you so much, Javier, and thank you to everybody who came out to do public comment. I want to close by saying that I am very thankful for the multiple languages we've heard from this evening. I got to grow up in a community where at the park, at the community center, I heard Spanish, English, Vietnamese, Purke slang. All of it is welcomed and blesses our building. So thank you all to the multiple languages we got to hear tonight. Okay, great. Thank you, public comment. We will move on to item 4A, which is the Bernalillo County's Economic Development Strategy. Commissioner Baca to open us up. Oh, sorry, am I
Madam
skipping?
Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Walt Benson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to take a point of personal privilege, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I apologize for this. I know it's unusual, but I did not realize we were going to have so many public speakers tonight, primarily from a couple organizations. But I just want to say I do have another commitment that I have double scheduled, so I do have to step off. But I just want to just urge my colleagues to not pass this economic development item tonight. It's not true economic development. If it doesn't create more jobs, it's not true economic development. It may be well-intentioned, but it's not true. And so if I were to stay on for the vote, I would just be forced to vote against it for the sake of job creation. But I unfortunately cannot stay for the vote. So I do urge my colleagues to consider postponing this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Benson, and yeah, thank you for your comments. Okay, I was incorrect. We are moving to item 4A, which is the 2025 South Valley Main Street Annual Report. Vice Chair Frank Baca is the sponsor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of these is all I'm going to remember to do that. Thank you very much for this opportunity to have the annual report presented concerning the South Valley Main Street work. And I will say that over the last 3 to 4 years, I have seen visible and tangible changes in the community where I grew up. Where this actually occurs is walking distance from the home I grew up in and where I can walk to if I so choose. And I have a little bit of knowledge about this community. I actually have a lot of knowledge about this community, a lot of knowledge and history about this community. And so when I see visible and tangible changes in a positive way, I support that. And I have been involved as a participant, more than an active contributor, but I have seen firsthand some of the projects that have occurred, and I think our community is better as a result of that. So it's my pleasure to sponsor the report by the director of Main Street, the South Valley Main Street, Bianca Martinez.
Thank you, Vice Chair Baca, and welcome.
If I can get IT assistance, thank you. We have a presentation. You just put it on that for us, but he's going to get it to you right now.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to present the work of the South Valley Main Street. My name is Bianca Encinas, and I've been the executive director of the South Valley Main Street for almost 10 years. I grew up in the Mountain View community in the South Valley. I have my master's degree in community regional planning, and I've been doing environmental justice work, community and economic redevelopment for over 25 years. We're excited to provide you all with an update, being that the South Valley Main Street is the creation of Bernalillo County working in partnership with neighborhood residents, local business owners, local commercial property owners, as outlined in the Bridge Boulevard redevelopment plan approved in 2013. For the past 13 years, the South Valley Main Street has focused on the implementation of a new model of community-led redevelopment in a portion of the South Valley, whereby community members work in equal partnership with the New Mexico Economic Development Department, Main Street Program, and Bernalillo County. We are here today to highlight our work and our accomplishments in this past fiscal year. Starting with the redesign of the Dolores Huerta Gateway Park. In 2017, the South Valley Main Street and its project, the La Familia Farmers Market, led by community members from the South Valley, initiated a redesign of the Dolores Huerta Gateway Park to fit the needs of the community members who use it and for our seasonal farmers market and free summer concert series. South Valley Main Street secured $1.7 million in capital outlay funding from the state, and Bernalillo County allocated $300,000 in GO bonds. We are so happy to report, as you can see in this photo, that phase 1 of construction was completed in the fall of 2025. Where over 20 new trees were planted, providing more shade for community members. A new stage was built for live music performances. A new dance floor for our senior citizens with their families can gather, celebrate, and exercise while listening to some of their favorite rancheras or country music. New pathways of accessibility for our elders and differently abled community. New decorative lighting for early evening community celebrations. New seating and tables that are ADA compliant. The installation of the first of 2 shade structures over the children's playground, and the beginning foundation was laid for a new dedicated Veterans Memorial area with a new flagpole and pole that replaced the old broken flagpole. As you can see here in the photos are from our celebration, our ribbon cutting celebration. And let's see, I'm learning how to use this one, so let's see. And what we are preparing for now is phase 2 of construction of this park. We've secured the funding, almost close to $1 million, primarily from the New Mexico state legislators and the New Mexico Main Street. What we'll be doing now in the winter for phase 2 construction is updating the water retention area to maintain it as a water retention area, but to develop a U12 soccer field for families to practice. We're going to be strategically planting over 15 to 20 more trees, continuing to build pathways of accessibility to the soccer field, adding decorative lighting for the stage, and adding 3 concrete benches to the Veterans Memorial, which have generously been donated by an anonymous local contracting firm. Next, here you can see some photos of the farmers market. The La Familia Farmers Market accomplishments. In the past year, we've coordinated over 18 free summer outdoor concert series featuring and paying local musicians. We partnered with the Rio Grande High School agricultural program and hired 3 high school interns for the full season. For the past 5 years, we've graduated over 15 agricultural program interns in partnership with Rio Grande High School. We've done over $25,000 in market vendor sales just this year. We've done over $4,000 in SNAP sales that benefit South Valley farmers, beekeepers, and bakers and community members who are on SNAP. We assisted and submitted over 80 senior citizens with their applications for WIC Senior Citizens Farmers Market, where they receive a debit card with anywhere between $100 to $150 to use at local farmers markets. We conducted our 7th annual Chile Rista Harvest Festival, where we taught community members how to make chile ristas for free, and we distributed over 400 pounds of chile ristas to community members, which provides healthy food, which is high in fiber. Attendance has grown from 150 community members per market to over 800 to 1,200 community members. We partnered with Commissioner Frank Baca, and we distributed over 850 backpacks filled with school supplies and farmer market coupons for each youth. Since 2019, we have distributed over 4,000 backpacks filled with school supplies and coupons to the La Familia Farmers Market. The next thing I will highlight is there's photos of our farmers market and community members helping us pack the backpacks. The next thing I will highlight was the Bridge Boulevard redevelopment. The Bridge Boulevard Phase 3 redevelopment, it's been a long process. Lots of lessons learned, good, the bad, and the ugly. But fortunately, it was completed in 2025. This was a major multi-million-dollar infrastructure redevelopment project of Bridge Boulevard that we have not experienced in over 30 years. In preparing for Phase 2 construction, the South Valley Main Street initiated a multi-pronged approach to building infrastructure for current and public infrastructure needs, once again using qualitative and quantitative data. The South Valley Main Street initiated a community-based process to develop bus shelters to provide much-needed shelter from the elements for bus riders that highlighted the culture and traditions of the area as reflected in the new Papel Picado bus shelters, all while advocating for Sunday services in the South Valley. Up until a few weeks ago, the South Valley did not have Sunday bus services. We are grateful for these beautiful Papel Picado bus shelters, and this was thankful to Senator Linda Lopez, where she allocated over $1 million in capital outlay to build the new Papel Picado bus shelters all up and down Bridge Boulevard. Prior to construction, the South Valley Main Street provided professional technical assistance and worked with business owners, project engineers, and Bernalillo County Public Works to assist with design and the construction documents to help local business owners and property owners. The majority of business owners and commercial property owners in the South Valley Main Street District along Bridge Boulevard are local women, Chicano, Hispanic, and first generation from Latin America and the Middle East. Doing this sort of work in advance helps to address potential issues beforehand. The South Valley Main Street continues to work with several first-generation and Chicano commercial property owners who are seeking to redevelop their commercial property from zone map amendments to new development projects. Prior to construction, the South Valley Main Street secured over $400,000 in facade and building rehabilitation from local foundations and Bernalillo County ARPA funding to assist many of the local commercial property owners with fixing up their commercial buildings and to beautify their commercial property. During the construction of Bridge Boulevard Phase 2, the South Valley Main Street completed the following. We assisted business owners and property owners with solutions to parking during construction. We assisted business owners with construction mitigation. We distributed communication via email, face-to-face meetings. We participated in weekly meetings with Bernalillo County Public Works, contractors, engineers, utilities, etc. I also became a construction project manager during this time. Here are some photos of the Papel Picado bus shelters, and then here are some before and after photos of Bridge Boulevard. With the completion of Bridge Boulevard Phase 2 brought us wider sidewalks, which create more safety for pedestrians, new street lights and intersection lights. Community members selected the design of these street lights, new landscaping and streetscape, over 30 new trees planted, creating shade for pedestrians along the sidewalks, dedicated bike lanes, and protected street parking and bump outs. So you'll see some photos there. It's also in your newsletter. The next thing, and here's some examples of before and after some of the facade rehabilitation that we did with local business owners. Asphalt was one of the #1 needs, as well as roofs. Asphalts for a parking lot can start at $50,000, and roofs are anywhere from $30,000 to $50,000. The next thing that I'll talk about, the fourth thing, is the South Valley Main Street Aging in Place Housing Rehabilitation for Senior Citizens. We're excited to share that we completed our 4th year of the implementation of our housing strategy, the South Valley Main Street Aging in Place Senior Citizen Housing Rehabilitation, that focuses on quantitative and qualitative locally derived data that promotes local redevelopment housing policies which are appropriate for the South Valley, where home ownership and multi-generational home ownership is over 70%. We have historically been cash poor, but as New Mexicans, we're land rich. Housing and land has been handed down from generation to generation. the concept of land tenure practiced in New Mexico. But many of our senior citizens need help getting their homes up to code and fixing necessary infrastructure like roofs and electrical boxes so that we avoid nuisance and abatement. Many of our senior citizens only bring in an income of $10,000 to $14,000 a year. So when you compare it, new roof costs for residential houses are anywhere between $9,000 and $15,000. Then you add property taxes, which can account for up to a quarter of their income if they're only making between $10,000 and $14,000 a year, which also takes into consideration the property tax freeze. In the past year, we've completed 2 senior housing repairs and 3 sites are currently in progress. From new roofs, helping with major water leaks, to assisting senior citizens, to helping one senior citizen down the street from my office who their sole source for heating in their home was a wood stove. We were able to help these senior citizens. We installed a new gas line, a new gas meter, and 4 wall heaters in their home, so that way they're not required to look for wood and burn their wood stoves. With this work, we have worked with local contractors and union contractors. We have built a very strong relationship with a lot of local union contractors. Once again, we are thankful to Senator Linda Lopez for funding this project over the past few years and to the county for recently allocating $40,000 for this project. We're thankful for this opportunity to assist in the actual implementation of a community-based and led economic and community redevelopment model where community members sit at the table when developing visions, plans, and construction documents for the redevelopment of our neighborhood, the northern portion of the South Valley. And through this process, we have built meaningful relationships and tangible results with local business owners, local commercial property owners, construction contractors, union contractors, engineers, construction project managers, local and state government, and local residents. Through this process, our expertise is being treated equally amongst engineers, architects, and construction managers and Bernalillo County staff. We, as products of the South Valley, have created a new model whereby we are now valued as experts in housing, building generational wealth, technical assistance to small business owners, professional and technical assistance to local commercial property owners to redevelop and develop their property, and we're providing local access to healthy food and living, La Vida Buena y Sana, at the La Familia Farmers Market, also known as the Cheers of the South Valley. Most importantly, it has been an honor to work with community members from the community that I grew up in to rebuild our community block by block in partnership with Bernalillo County District 2 and the New Mexico Main Street and community members to develop and implement a new model for community-based and less economic development. And we're grateful to those whose shoulders we stand on and thankful to our community leaders and members who are here tonight, although you didn't hear them speak because they don't typically come out to meetings, but I like them to raise their hand over there in the back corner. Raise your hand high. And I'll end off by doing this, and as people know me, I'm kind of shy about. I was raised, culturally raised where money is taboo for us to speak about. But for the past 9 years, we've brought in over $5 million for Bernalillo County. And for the past 9 years, we've received an annual grant of $65,000 a year for all of the work that we have accomplished. This year, it will be increased to $80,000 as mandated by the New Mexico Main Street. We're here today based on all that we have achieved and that is visible, tangible, and you can talk to these people in the back. We're here to ask for an additional $166,000 so that we are treated equally to that of other nonprofits who've received $250,000 a year for 4 years, and most recently in June, $430,000 for the current fiscal year. So we're asking you to value us as Chicanas from the South Valley, to value our work, and we'd like to see our annual grant go from $65,000 to the state mandating $80,000, but we request an additional $166,000. Thank you very much. And if you have any comments or questions, feel free to ask.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Baca and Vice Chair Baca.
Thank you. I just like to repeat what I said before, which is when you see tangible changes, it gets your attention. And that is what I've seen through all the projects that Bianca has described. And I support those projects and the efforts of the New Mexico Main Street. I think you guys are doing an amazing job. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Olivas, I'm sorry, we can't have clapping during the meeting. Sorry, we know you're here to see. Thank you very much. It's okay. We love it, the energy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Frank Baca, for highlighting this for us so that we all can see the good work going on in your district. And thank you, Ms. Encinas, for your work. Pretty incredible stuff here that you've managed to accomplish. And I just know for myself, driving down Bridge Boulevard, it's a pretty cool transformation. Seeing the landscaping, it just feels like much more of a, it just feels much more community, a little bit slowed down, a lot nicer. So I just want to commend you. I know that's been a multi-year, multi-jurisdictional effort, and commend all of the Main Street associations. I had a chance to meet the leader of the downtown Main Street over the weekend at an event that I was at. Got to hear about some of the cool stuff they're doing. And Commissioner Barboa and our neck of the woods, we have the San Pedro Main Street doing some pretty cool things there in Uptown. So I think these are just really amazing groups what the Main Street coalitions can do, because you're bringing small local businesses together with local leaders, and even you've expanded to homeowners, which I think is just incredible. So amazing work here. Just want to say thank you. And I do want to highlight one thing that just struck me when you were talking about those senior citizens and those houses that you're rehabbing. I think we need to double down on that. That's a really important investment that I think is overlooked. How do we keep people in their homes and keep homes affordable, make them more affordable? And I want to give a little shout out to this commission, and hopefully you can help educate some of your community members to the work that we did on the low income property tax rebate that I would suspect many of those people qualify for. And so for the first time in decades, Bernalillo County adopted that, and hopefully people in those situations can also be eligible for a property tax rebate thanks to the work of this commission. But I in no way want to detract from the amazing work that you're doing, and I just hope you can help us educate the community about that and make sure people are getting that benefit. But excellent work, and thank you for sharing with us tonight.
And if it's okay, I'd also like to take an opportunity to thank Bernalillo County Public Works, because we've been working with each other for very many years. And it was a long, painful process, the Bridge Boulevard redevelopment project, but we survived, and community members love it after all the pain. And also to Bernalillo County Economic Development, to the county commissioners, and of course, all of our community members who are here tonight. And I'm not going to name names like I did at my high school graduation because I forgot an aunt's name and I got in trouble. But all of you make this possible. So it's not about Bianca, it's about all those community members in the back who've made it a success. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Baca.
I just have one brief comment, Ms. Encinas. I just love this card. You don't need to come back down, but I just love this card because it says, I love the South Valley, and it has a viejito walking with a little girl in pigtails. I feel like this is me and my grandpa back in the old days.
That's,
and,
me and my grandpa.
But it goes to our heart, and thank you for what you're doing in the heart of the valley.
I just want to make a comment to thank you for everybody for showing out and for this great report. And I also felt like that was me and my grandpa, Barboas, on Pajarito Road at the Acequia. But I also just want to say add, I think I've said over the years, what a beautiful project, and I think such a perfect example, like when we take the time to make sure communities working alongside government, working alongside, I think you all have gained private dollars, a whole range of resources have come working alongside each other, and it looks beautiful. And I would say that, like even to Commissioner Olivas' point, like I'm a South Valley girl, I'm Barboa from the South Valley, my family's there, and so since I was a kid, I've lived in the Southeast, drove over the bridge to the South Valley, and there's just a feeling, I've mentioned it so many times on this dais, that there's a feeling you get driving into the South Valley, coming over that bridge, and sometimes when you think of redevelopment, or we're talking often about development in this chambers, that transformation did not lose that feeling, that cultural, beautiful feeling I get crossing over that bridge into the South Valley, that all the beauty and adding and development in that area, it increased that beautiful cultural feeling I had, did not take away from it. And I think that's what we're all talking about all the time here, and what a beautiful example that you all have provided to make that happen. So thank you so much. I love all of it. Any comments to close? I know you already did so.
Thank you all so much. I appreciate the support from this dais. I mean, it's great work and great that it's being recognized. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on. Thank you so much for folks here. Okay, moving on to item 4B, University of New Mexico Hospital report. Ms. Kate Becker to report to us.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for having me. And you have a long night ahead of you. So
no, we don't.
so I'm going to make this brief. You have my report in your packet, but I did want to mention 2 really nice things, and then I'm happy to answer any questions. The first one is we started text messaging appointment reminders last summer, and what you'll see in your report is across the board, we've seen no-show rates come down. So it's really working in terms of making sure folks get to their appointments, which is fantastic because what we all need is better access to care. And the other thing, as you know, we opened the critical care tower in October. And as part of that, we kicked off an app. You can get it in your phone. I highly recommend it. It's called UNMH Maps. You can get it on Google or Apple. It's internal wayfinding at the hospital. So you can actually use that from the parking garage to get to which elevator do I go to, which clinic do I go to, which floor am I going to. It's awesome. So if anybody has been to the facility, especially with adding the new building, you know it can be confusing. So we're really excited about that. So with that, I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Olivas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Becker. It's always good to see you. And I wanted to say one comment and one question. Huge congratulations on the announcement, hopefully, once the budget is signed, of a brand new medical school for the University of New Mexico, the University of New Mexico Hospital. For everybody here in Bernalillo County and across our state, that is huge. That's a huge deal. And I don't think we're talking about that enough. We're not excited enough about that. I'm really excited about it. And so I just want to commend you, the hospital, the leadership at UNM, the governor, the legislature. That's a transformative investment. And particularly for that part of town, that's going to mean more people going to lunch in that part of town. That's going to mean more students renting houses. That's going to mean more people buying cars and more people growing their families here and loving it here like I do and staying here. So I think that's just congratulations and looking forward to that. And then the second, more of a question, I usually ask you about your residents and your interns. And I think I saw something in the budget in some of the kind of legislative recap that there was some funding in there for additional salaries. I know your budgets are always, really, really tight. So maybe if you can comment on that at all, what you're expecting from the budget.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner Olivas. We are actually very excited about the new school of medicine, but we have until March 11th for everything to get signed, so we're just holding tight, but we're very excited about it. And then with regard to the residents union, we still have not been able to reach agreement with them on a collective bargaining agreement. We are continuing to negotiate, and there is in House Bill 2 an appropriation for additional funding for salary increases for the residents. So we're looking forward to that getting signed for several reasons.
Thank you, Commissioner Olivas. Any other questions? Yes, Vice Chair Baca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Ms. Becker, as always, as stated, we appreciate the information that you bring to us, and your reports are very detailed and informative. But I do want to bring an issue to your attention, a concern that's been conveyed to me that I felt just obligated as part of my responsibility to address, and this is the only forum that I have to do it. I have a friend who is a retired PhD professor at the university who had kind of an unfortunate experience at the emergency room. And it wasn't the medical care. It was, in fact, I don't think she was a patient. She was with somebody. But it was the atmosphere in that emergency room that she felt was unsafe. She happened to mention about the same time she ran into a former student of hers who graduated from the University of Mexico Medical School and briefly worked, I believe, for UNM, and then has now moved on to the Midwest for various reasons. But that was, ironically enough, one of the reasons that he mentioned for his move. So it's just something that I just feel that it's my job and duty to bring to the attention of people that are empowered to look into that. And I just think that was a big concern for her. Therefore, it's a big concern for me. And I just want to present that to you. And I would just leave it at that and hope that that is something that you're aware of. If you're not, that you are now aware of.
Well, Madam Chair and Commissioner Baca, thank you so much for sharing that information. And the emergency room does remain very crowded, even with our move to the new tower, and we do still have many patients. But I know that that team works hard and does their best to make sure everybody's safe and well taken care of.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I do have a couple of questions. Just mostly I want to always love to learn. I really appreciate these reports. And if we can have it, I think we have it on the, so on page 24, on the, we have multiple pages on this thing, but the one that says packet, page 24, if we can.
Is that primary care patients with same-day appointments?
No, it's, on my packet it says 4B at the top, plus a 6, and then at the bottom it says packet. It's titled Income Statement, UNM Hospitals. It's one of the first in the report. Okay, and then, so I just want to make sure I love seeing, thank you, I love the way how detailed this report always is for us. So here, though, I just want to make sure I understand it. So there's a piece that says about income as the mill levy, which differs from the next page, which also says income for the mill levy is like 132 million, but on the previous page it says like 66 million. So just what's the difference there, or is it just buckets of funding that I'm not understanding?
Yes, Madam Chair. So the page 6 is our income statement that shows mill levy proceeds for the first 6 months of the year. And page 7 is mill levy for the full year, so it shows the total amount, so you can see the breakdown in each of the categories for a 12-month period.
Thank you. It does say that for 5 months, so thank you. Okay, and then, and thank you for including on there the important piece about the page 43 for the behavioral health. It's just, I think our communities care so much about that, so thanks for the transparency. And then on page 34, well, the MDC report, I'll just call it. It's my page 34. That just MDC inmates receiving hospital services. I just want to make sure I continue to hear directly about the care and that our public gets to hear in these reports. So if you could explain, maybe walk us through this chart. What do you mean by inpatient, outpatient? And any trends we're seeing there with our work at MDC and UNM.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the number of patients on that chart is patients who have been transported from MDC to receive inpatient and outpatient services at the hospital and clinics. So that is not reflecting services delivered at MDC, that's reflecting services delivered at the hospitals and clinics for patients who are transported from MDC. We do report on services delivered at MDC to the Metropolitan Detention Center Healthcare Authority. So, and they meet also, I think it's quarterly, and so we do report out there on the statistics for the MDC delivered care specifically.
Perfect, so we don't have that care in this report?
That's not in this report, no, ma'am. It's in the MDC Healthcare Authority report.
Okay, thank you. I would like access to that report if I need to ask of you or somebody else. But for this report, and I don't know if we can share I just mostly like for myself and for the public watching, when you say inpatient and outpatient, that means people coming from, so what does the outpatient mean if people, this is people coming from MDC? What do you mean by outpatient? So that you got their initial contact coming out of MDC and now they're receiving outpatient services? Or?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Inpatient means that the person has been transported from the detention center and is admitted to the hospital. So they're having a hospital stay for whatever the reason may be. Outpatient means they have come to the hospital for probably a clinic service. It could be a cardiology test, it could be a gastroenterology visit, it could be any one of a variety of visits. It just means they were not admitted to the hospital for an inpatient stay.
Okay, oh, okay, so they didn't stay up, they came, okay, thank you for that clarity. And then I think this is, well, the last two mostly have to do with Medicaid, my last two questions. On the, I think it's the very next page that says Bernalillo County encounters by funding source. So thank you for this detail again. I see that charity care, I know last time we talked about anticipation of charity care rising or some of these other because of the cuts being made to Medicaid at a federal level. I think, I mean, I would like to maybe see those comparisons from previous years. I can look that up myself. But what have you seen on this? I see Medicaid still is high, and has charity care risen because of this, or what are you seeing and experiencing with Medicaid?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The changes to Medicaid enrollment actually take place January 1 of 2027, so we haven't seen the impact of those changes yet. We did see a little bit of a shift with the increase in enrollment to the health insurance exchanges from folks who previously had subsidized premiums, but because the state of New Mexico did backfill for some of the subsidized premiums, we didn't see a significant shift like some other states may have with those changes.
Wonderful. So because of the state's backfill, we were able to not have to yet go directly into that. Great. Thank you so much. And I guess I just want to know, I really appreciate the breakdown by zip code. That helps us. I want to make sure I understood the page that says primary reason for Bernalillo County indigent resident visits. And the following page has a nice pie chart, but on that page, the reason, so this names out the description of why people came in, and these are across the quarter, the past quarters up to with the most current being the 2026 quarter two. And those numbers, when I see like a number like under diseases of the year and mastoid process, that's 321. Is that 321? Is it 3,021?
Sorry.
This one now that we're showing.
So like diseases of the ear, there were it's 321. It's 321 people.
People, okay. And I just want to make sure, because sometimes they're like, these aren't all the numbers with the zeros. Okay, so that's the way that's read. And these are what, so people that came in to, were able to receive indigent care, which means that they were not able to pay for services, but they still got served. I'm correct about that?
Yes, ma'am, you're correct about that.
Thank you. These are the reasons why the majority of them came in. What you were seeing in the hospital is why they came in to get treated.
Yes, Madam Chair, and the reason we include this is so that the commissioners have an idea of kind of what are the categories of services that people are seeking. And because this probably has changed over time. I mean, what we have here is 2 years worth, but if we were to look back a decade or more, we would probably see some shift in what the services were that were being accessed.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I appreciate the detail. And last, I just wanted to bring awareness. I think it's the next page, the pie chart that, really shows our percentage of revenue for 2020, fiscal year 2025. It says, but that 36% of the revenue was from Medicaid, another 20% from Medicare. That's all public dollars, which equals about 46% of our money of public dollars going into our health care, and including then Bernalillo County mill levy, which is a significant chunk of 8%. So I just wanted to appreciate this pie chart. I thanks for the awareness, and I don't know if you have anything to say about it, but I just wanted to bring it to attention.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I think this just demonstrates we are a safety net hospital. That is our mission.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Kate.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On to Ida, and thank you, Tech, for letting us see that. On to item 4C, the Bernalillo County Economic Development Strategy. Commissioner Barbara Baca to open us up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What we have in our packet is what was originally introduced a few meetings ago as option A. I would like to move, and this has been published with this agenda, approval of the resolution implementing community benefit priorities in our county economic development strategy, option B, just so that we're all talking about singing from the same page of music. So.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion, a second item up for discussion.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Barbara Baca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to open with a few words, and then I'll ask the steering committee chair, Mr. Guerrero, and staff to come up. But I really wanted to thank the county staff, economic development staff, and all that have been involved in this. A lot of work, good work, and concentrated work. And I want to thank the community that are here tonight, but in particular, all of those folks that, I mean, we had 5 public dialogue meetings throughout Bernalillo County. Thank all of those folks for coming to those. And then particularly, I really want to thank our steering committee, our citizen steering committee that put in long hours and a lot of work. It has been a year of really good quality work and engagement, as you can see from the conversation that we've had this evening. What we heard is that we need to strike a balance between remaining competitive in our efforts to recruit, retain, and expand businesses and grow businesses and encourage employers to invest in our workforce and in our small businesses and in protecting our environment. I mean, I think in a nutshell, that is really what this resolution comes down to. We can be a place that is open for business and that invests in our workforce and in our small businesses and protects our environment. I mean, I think that's really important for us to hear. Remaining competitive and recruiting and retaining businesses is what we all want. And this doesn't preclude this investment in our workforce. So I want to get rid of the false narrative that it's either or. I want to say to everyone that this is both and. We can do both things, and that makes this a much stronger economic development policy that I truly believe this is economic development. Unlike my colleague who said that this is not. This is involving the community. This is for our workers. This is for our small businesses and really growing something unique here in Bernalillo County. There's much talk about the rubric, and I will ask the staff to come and talk about that, or Mr. Guerrero, but the rubric is simply a tool. It is a very important tool, but it should actually provide more predictability and positive incentives for businesses to come to Bernalillo County and invest in Bernalillo County. Another important thing is the amount of public incentive or tax abatements must be linked to the level of commitment from these companies that are receiving that tax abatement. That's a really critical part of this discussion and of the rubric. So what I will say that this resolution does is 4 primary things. 1, it utilizes this rubric, as I said, as a tool. 2, we are proposing in this resolution to create a county community benefits fund that we have not had before, and it's a small percentage of the estimated tax abatements that we are proposing to provide to incoming companies. At least 5% of the tax abatement that we hand out. Third, we establish a Economic Development Community Advisory Board, EDCAB if you want an acronym, but it really is about continuing this investment and conversation with the community to provide guidance, advice on our community benefits and on our economic development policies. And then fourth, which is really important, we are asking the county manager and staff to work with this steering committee to come back to us. And in option B, I've extended the time, and so you'll see the red line version for the county manager to incorporate these changes into the Economic Development Department policies and bring that back to us by April 26th. So we are listening. We have heard that there is much discussion and much passion in this. I will say that I think we have done our homework, and tonight is a time to approve this and to take the tests, to test it, to pilot this out in the real world of our economic development policies. And then last comment I'll make, and then I would like Mr. Guerrero to come up from the steering committee, but we had this great conversation about Main Street. This pilot the funding that we're talking about being directed into a community benefits fund could fund things like this is economic development that people in the South Valley want to see. You know, there are a lot of things that this pilot funding can do to build our workforce that Ms. Baker talked about. Building incentives or for apprenticeship programs, those kinds of things. But we don't have a funding source right now. So what we're proposing in this resolution truly is to create that new funding source as part of this whole formula of these tax abatements. So actually, Mr. Guerrero, if you could come up, I know that there were a lot of questions from the commissioners about the work that the steering committee did and the recommendations in this option B that we have before us now.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Also want to just really appreciate Commissioner Baca for your introduction of this resolution and the commission for your consideration of it, and also all the people who have turned out to speak on it. If I may, I'd like to actually start with reading some passages for you. First says, priority in approving applications will be given to qualified projects that, among other things, provide strong community benefit and support by improving the quality of life for the areas in close and direct proximity to the project, and result in job retention and combat economic decline within their respective communities. Second, regarding corporate citizenship, describe how the applicant and the project will reinvest in the community. The county is interested in applicants that are valuable corporate citizens with an interest in people and community. Third, applicants for projects seeking gross receipts tax or property tax abatements must enter into a performance agreement with the county. The performance agreement will include requirements and representations regarding the jobs, wages, and other economic development impacts of the project being financed or affordable housing commitments. And then the fourth passage is, a priority in awarding financial assistance for LEDA or GRIP applications will be given to a qualified entity that is located or is willing to locate in the underserved area of Bernalillo County and increases economic development impact in the following manner. Creates wealth and capital investment, increases wages and creates jobs, positively influences and supports the community, produces environmentally sustainable outcomes, and increases health and or safety of the community and the diversity of the local economy. If that language sounds familiar to you, those are existing economic development policies. These are what the county is already operating on. What this rubric that's being proposed is basically giving you a tool to be able to actually evaluate what those commitments are going to be that we're asking of these applicants. Their expectations are already there, right? The requirements are already there. They're going to be built into our lease agreements. They're going to be built into project participation agreements. What this gives you, this tool gives you, is a little bit more clarity in terms of exactly what those are. On January 27th, you asked us to draft a rubric. This was one of the recommendations. It was the top recommendation in our steering committee report that we submitted to you back, I believe it was December. It's been there now for a few months. It was based on a template that was included in the report. You directed the staff and the steering committee to develop today's draft. And at the suggestion of the county manager, policy advisor Eric Griego and I initiated this draft as a starting point for the steering committee. I did consult 2 other steering committee members for feedback on labor provisions and presented a draft to this full steering committee, which we discussed and edited over 2 meetings. Staff also contacted Genovis to give their feedback. They were the consultants that were brought in for the community engagement process. They offered a different framing and a scoring system. They suggested that the framing be clearer about the intent of the rubric being about incentivizing companies to invest more in community benefits rather than appearing to penalize them. We didn't discuss or make a recommendation on their framework. This was due to the advice of our facilitator, although there was openness to using Genovis's framework. So given the limited time that we had in our meeting, we focused on the content of the rubric, and we did refer to some of the specific recommendations on their content that they suggested. So the rubric has it's organized in 6 sections, and I don't know if you need to pull that up. Would that be helpful? Yes. I don't know if I should plug it into mine.
You just need to pull this.
Oh, I don't have a.
What is that?
Oh.
Can you give me a sec?
Didn't even know I had that function.
And then what are we pulling up?
Right here. This is it.
Okay, so make it full screen.
Full screen. Okay. I think that'll work.
Okay.
Thank you. So the 6 sections, there's this intro. These are my notes on the side. So it gives an explanation about how the tool will be used. And this area here is the goal that was developed through the community engagement process over 9 months. And it was drafted by the staff based on that community feedback and adopted by the steering committee. So we put that goal at the top, so we're clear about what that is. Then it's organized into 4 sections addressing specific issues: workers, small business support, environment and sustainability, and community engagement and investment. And as you can see, under each section, there is a specific issue that is then scored. We streamlined the version that you saw, which had like 5 different scores. This streamlines it down to 3. And then you can see the types of commitments that are there. So under local hiring, for instance, it starts with a 30% workforce strategy for hiring locally. It goes up to 40% for more points, and then 50% is the highest. By the way, our economic development policies say already that the applicant must expect that no less than 50% of new permanent jobs for the operation of the proposed project will be filled by employees from the Bernalillo County area. So that expectation already exists in our current policy. We go into construction hiring, we go into registered apprenticeships. You can see all of the categories here. I won't read all of the specifics to all of that. And then small business support. One of the things that we grappled with was a question about procurement, because the question was raised initially. We had proposed a percentage of investment or procurement of with local companies. But the question came up in terms of, are we talking about dollars, or are we talking about the number of companies? So what we opted for, and the highest effort is, the highest point, is that they basically develop a plan, a procurement plan for how they plan to actually support and procure from local businesses. Environment and sustainability. We cover everything from water use, wastewater treatment, air quality, solid waste, and energy. There is one point here that's included in the goal, and then a bonus point, which we discussed for communities that are experiencing disproportionate pollution burdens. The Mountain View community might be one that we look at that's struggling with the issue of cumulative impacts from pollution, that there should be an expectation that basically they do have a conversation with the community and develop a community engagement plan. And then the last section here, well, the 4th section is community engagement and investment. So this is both about investment, but also about how they're going to engage the community over time. The highest level of community engagement is actually signing a community benefits agreement with the community that will be directly impacted by the company located there. And then we also discussed the community benefit fund and making extra investments in the fund. The last section is the example scoring for recommended abatement and pilot amount. This addresses the concern that was raised by Commissioner Olivas to actually have some real tangible results and consequences based on the score. And you can see this is a sample to give an idea of the total points that a company will be scored on. and then what's expected in terms of how much of the abatement they'll get or how much they'll be asked to contribute to the pilot. And by the way, so there's a note in here that we did not have consensus about tying those abatements to the score. There were some members that felt strongly that it shouldn't be tied absolutely to the score. There were some that felt very strongly that it should. And others felt that there should be some discretion by the commission and the staff. So we added that note in there just so that you know that there wasn't a consensus on that point. Let's see. I mean, I can speak more to some of the specifics or any questions that you have. I do want to speak to some of the points about community engagement. And I just have to say that I do want to defend the process that we had of community engagement. I'm actually used to being in meetings where the community says that they weren't included in a process. I'm a bit surprised to hear the business community to come out and say that. And some of our local and state agencies. I'm surprised, and given that there was a $400,000 investment and 9 months of community engagement, that somehow this flew under the radar of the business and business community and economic developers. I think there was a lot of work and effort that went into including them. Genovis reached out to folks specifically. There were 2 focus groups that were focused on business. There were large and small businesses that had separate focus groups. I know that NMEDD regional staff attended some meetings. I know that area was actually, some of us were prepared to vote them on to the committee at the beginning. And staff told us that they will be involved regardless. And so I think that it basically opened up another space. We had 3 people from the business community that were on the committee as it was. And unfortunately, area went through a leadership transition. But they did come to some of the community meetings. They did present to the steering committee. So there were these opportunities. And so I think to say that people are blindsided by that, I'm a little surprised by that. I guess the last comment that I would make, and I think I spoke to this a little bit before, the contribution that is being asked of these companies. For a pilot investment over and above what they compensate for the lost revenues to APS and CVNM. The recommendation in the resolution is 5%. We think that's a total, that's a reasonable amount. That would still, even if the CVNM and APS pilot were 5%, you're talking about a 10% pilot, you're talking about 90% tax breaks. And I think a lot of us would take that deal. Especially when we can use that money to invest in things like the presentation we just heard from South Valley Main Street, for invest in our incubators, invest in some of the wraparound services and other supports to get people into the training and education programs we're going to need for workforce development. I think that's a worthwhile investment, and I think it's something that shouldn't scare people away. I think it's something that really should excite them about being able to come to this community, along with having free childcare, that we're making investments in these other areas to make it better for business and economic development overall. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Guerrero. Any other, did you want to say anything, Commissioner? Okay, great. Any comments, questions for Mr. Guerrero? Yes, Commissioner Vice Chair Baca.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Guerrero, for your presentation, and the steering committee for all your work. Thank you. I'll put up a sign. And, again, as I said at the last meeting, I feel almost guilty by asking my representative to be on this commission, because I know how many hours that he put in, how you all put in uncompensated time away from your families and your business. So I appreciate the effort. I attended one of the community engagement meetings. I was impressed by the discussion. And I would say this, that if somebody had asked me a year ago if I'm in favor of and I want to make sure I use the term right, community benefits type of approach, I would say yes. If somebody asked me today whether I'm in favor of a community benefits type of approach, I would say yes. That's not the point. The point is, if this approach doesn't work, there's going to be no money in that fund. right? I mean, I think we all agree that and understand that if this is not something that is attracting businesses, there's going to be no fund. There's going to be no money to do some of the things that we've talked about doing. And what I meant earlier, and what I said earlier, what I alluded earlier, is that the second version of this resolution is, I think, so much better than the first version. I think the second version of the rubric is so much better than the first version. Can't imagine what the next version of a resolution or rubric would be if we had a little bit more time to continue to work on it and think about it. And this is my concern, or this is my request, is that what I was hoping to see from this, and I've read this many times, as I said earlier, is a grand vision of what our economy should be. I think this isolates one aspect, and there's so many other aspects that I see every day. In my district, my community, at times, we are dealing with basic issues, very basic infrastructure and needs. And we don't really oftentimes have the luxury of debating, philosophical issues. We're talking about working people that are underpaid, underemployed, and who struggle, but there are opportunities for them. There's so many opportunities. So what I was hoping, quite frankly, is that we would have a grander scale approach to economic development for Bernalillo County. And what I think what we have in front of us is simply one aspect or one leg of economic development. And I could read from this. I've underlined sections of it that say exactly what I'm saying. There's so much good work in here, so many good recommendations in here. And my, for example, concern number one is for workforce training. I know you mentioned that, but is this the only way to get at workforce training? How many speakers talked about that today? How many speakers came up and said we need workforce training to increase our pay or to get those high-paying jobs? Also, in terms of just small business support, I know that's mentioned in here, but I don't see that as a specific strategy that is directed to occur. We heard earlier in the day, I don't know if you were here, from a community bank who talks about microloans that they give from as little as $1,000, which is rare, to more likely 100,000, 50,000, up to $1 million or $2 million for small business and commercial development of local business and local properties. So it seems to me that there are other ways, other tools for us to use that is extremely important to me, extremely important to people I represent, extremely important to this community. And so I think that I think the idea of the rubric has kind of sidetracked us from the debate. What I would like to have, which is this really the roadmap that we need to improve our economic system? I have spent many a minute on this dais asking for accountability in IRBs. I've gone to meet with organizations that are entrusted with that responsibility to make sure that people are paid or that housing stays affordable. I am all for accountability. I'm all for making sure transparency in these decisions. But I'm also all for increasing the opportunity for the working people in my district. And I think this focus on one aspect of our economy to the neglect of many people that I represent. And so that's why I supported the motion to defer this, because I would like, and I didn't say, if it was misunderstood, that I said lack of community engagement. I certainly didn't mean to, and I don't think I said that, because I know there's substantial community engagement. And the work product is here. The work product is here. What's in this package right here is a strategy. What we have is one siloed approach to getting this done when there are so many other opportunities out there. And I mentioned at a previous meeting, after hearing our behavioral health director talk about the need for nurses and social workers and doctors, and I made the comment then, can't we marry that with this package, this economic development strategy, to go out and find ways to support those particular professionals because we need them in our community. And the people in my community, my district, would love to have those jobs if they're properly trained. And I don't want to get on my soapbox, but I tell you what, I spent a lot of time reading this out of the Sunday's Journal. Some of you may have read as well, the most recent progress report of APS. There is progress. There is progress, but it is not satisfactory. It is not satisfactory. There's this fundamental systemic issue in our community, and I applaud the effort of a superintendent and the board for working towards that. But there's some fundamental issues that keep us from developing our economy. And the number one aspect of us is for us to determine what we want to be, to us to have a vision of what we want to be. What is our vision of what this community wants to be? And that's why I think the second version was better, because instead of saying we don't want you, it says if we will want you, or you might want to come here if this meets with your your agenda of your company. And so I think that idea to figure out what we want to do, what type of companies we want to go out and actively recruit, instead of sort of reacting to, no, we don't want you if you don't do this, but who do we want? What are the companies? Are they green, utility types of programs? Are they healthcare? Are they healthcare? What are they? So I was hoping to see a more proactive approach to an economic development overall strategy, which may and very well include a community benefits program. And so that is my concern, and that's why I would ask that this just be deferred for further discussion, not necessarily for further input from the community, because you already have that, but for further development of a plan to include other people rather than this one narrow aspect of a plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other comment or response? Yes, Commissioner Olivas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the co-chairs and everybody that's participated in this process. So I'm going to try to run through a couple of points here as quickly as I can. So I think it's already been said several times, but the process for this was actually quite robust. There were a number of meetings. The meetings were actually, I'm just speaking for the one that I went to in my district. It was pretty sparsely attended. I was actually a little disappointed that there weren't more people there. There was a great lunch, breakfast. That there wasn't a lot of business folks there. There wasn't a lot of that. But you know what? The meetings were there. They were well advertised. They were well publicized. My office participated in that. So I always think it's important that when people claim process as a reason, we need to really make sure that we're fair about that. And I don't think that is not a fair charge. There have been some statements that are made about this that are critical that I'm going to talk about that I think have some credence. That is not one of them. There was a long and robust process, and quite frankly, on this dais, I was the only member that voted, I made an amendment to lower the amount of money we spent on this because I thought we were spending too much on the outreach. So we did a lot of outreach, perhaps even more than I was at the time prepared to support, but I think we did a good job. I also wanted to just correct real quickly, I believe, and feel free to answer, Mr. Guerrero, but you all received a stipend as part of that funding package, correct, for your service on the board?
There was a stipend that was available for each meeting, yes.
Great. I just wanted to be clear that we did try to correct that wrong of many of our boards and commissions, that the volunteers were compensated or had the option to be compensated for their time there. And Commissioner Frank Buck and I are going to continue to work on that across the board. But for this one, I think we did get it right. What I saw in the report that we received from Genovis, and more importantly, the polling that is reflective of everybody that lives in our community, including business owners, but including workers, including retirees, including public employees, private employees, everybody, right? The overall message that I saw in there was that we are not doing a great job in this area in a variety of ways. And perhaps the number one way, based on the disconnect here, is in education and outreach, right? That people do not quite understand what we were doing in economic development, what those pathways to government incentives were or are. And so it was mentioned that, you know, this is going to push away small and middle-sized firms. I'm a small business owner. I've been a small business owner since I was 13, and I continue to grow my business. I took one government handout one time during the pandemic, the PPP loan that every business in the country pretty much got and took. I've never gone to the county, I've never gone to the city, I've never gotten any government support beyond that very small support during an unprecedented pandemic. I busted my ass to build this company that I built. And I've supported my workers, I've supported my community. And there's a lot of those businesses. I think we saw a lot of them on Bridge that are the same type of story, right? Families that pulled themselves up by their bootstraps, as our colleagues on the right like to say. But they actually did it by themselves, through their families, through their friends, through their communities, not with the government. So I don't think we're doing a great job of making these resources available to small and medium-sized firms. And in fact, the whole point of that they would not have access or that perhaps they would leave, small and medium-sized firms don't have those luxuries. I don't have the luxury of saying, oh, if I don't get this incentive, I'm going to leave. I'll go somewhere else. It doesn't work that way for small and medium-sized firms. That's for the big guys. The big guys get to come in and demand their terms and say, take it or leave it, or, you know, we get what we want, or we'll go to Denver, we'll go to Austin, we'll go wherever. Our small businesses don't have that choice, and they need our help, and they need it now. So I do have some concerns. I will not lie. I'm very supportive in some regards. I acknowledge the whole thing about needing a fiscal impact report. Well, to a certain extent. It's very hard to get a fiscal impact report trying to predict something in the future that hasn't happened, and there's no way to know if it would happen or it wouldn't happen, right? Because there's all these other economic factors that could affect this. But I'll be the first to acknowledge that we don't do that here. And County Manager, if you're listening, we don't do that anywhere. In anything we do here at the county, we don't do fiscal impact reports. And I think that's a problem. In general, we do not have robust analysis on a lot of the things that we do. We show, you know, where the money's coming from and how much there is over a number of years. But, you know, for example, when we voted on a community center a few weeks ago, we didn't have a fiscal impact report on what that center was going to need over the lifetime of the center to sustain it with staff, with, you know, contractors and upgrades and IT tech, all those things. So we do need to improve that. And, you know, I know I'm getting dirty looks over there. That's okay, but it's true, and we need to fix it. Right? It's not a criticism, it's a let's fix it, right? We need more information on the Community Benefits Fund because I'm hearing conflicting things. When I sat with the county manager and the director, we went through some of the deals, some of the bigger deals, like I think we looked at the Highway Motel. And we projected something like $70,000 going into this fund over the life of the project. Even if it's double that, that's really not anything, quite frankly. That's over 30 years, by the way, right? So again, I'm being generous saying that let's double the 70 and say it's 140. That's 1 year of the Main Street requests that we heard earlier. So if that's what we're trying to do here, I just think we need way more information on how that's going to be funded and how much that really is. Because if it's 5% of the pilot, it's nothing. It's quite frankly, it's not even worth doing. I'm sorry to say that, but that's so minimal over the course of what we do. But then I've also heard from direct conversations with Commissioner Baca that it's 5% of the total incentive value. That's a very different number, perhaps, on some of these projects, because in some of these cases, I'm just using an apartment building we did back of the napkin math, 7.5 million that we abated over 30 years. 5% of that is a little bit more, but we need some more information on that. I agree with Commissioner Baca that this continues to not really address the sort of goal mindset, right? What are the priorities that we want to focus on? what industries, what are our goals, right? I think this sets some very concrete sort of general goals in the sense of these are the things that we want. But I actually think we need to get into the specifics of, you know, do we want to attract aerospace? Do we want to go for biomedical, you know, defense-related companies? The area has a great resource on that. And that's, maybe by intention, that's not included in here, but I think there's further work to go in that range. And I raised this last time, and I'm, you know, still a little disappointed that we will continue to take resources from our sister entities like University of New Mexico Hospital, like the Albuquerque Metropolitan Flood Control Authority, like the Middle Rio Grande Conservancy District, because when we abate taxes, when we do an IRB, we wipe all of those taxing entities out completely. And I learned a little bit more about what we do with APS. We claim that we keep APS harmless, but we actually keep the money and then direct it into our community schools program. So it's not as though we're giving it to the Board of Education. We are directing it to educational purposes. So there's a little nuance there. This doesn't address that. But I'll wrap up here shortly. The LFC is raising questions about IRBs. In some of their final hearings of the year, Charles Sally and the co-chairs of that group raised serious questions about how much Swiss cheese we are creating with IRBs in our state. Big ones and little ones all over the place. These last for 30 years. I genuinely consider myself a fiscal conservative, and I think I've shown that on this board. I voted against the allocation for this thing. I voted to cut taxes. I sponsored that. I ask a lot of hard questions in budget season, and these folks know it. And one of the things that bugs me the most and is not consistent with those values is that we have no budget for one thing that we vote on all the time, and that's IRBs. That's these incentives. We don't have a budget. It's unlimited because we're borrowing from the future. I am giving away children's money because these are 30-year terms. So we have people up here asking us for $100,000, and we're giving away millions over decades. That's a real fiscal problem, and no one cares about that. We're not even talking about that. But that is just not consistent with our values. So in closing, I think this does a lot of real good in trying to start to rein in what I believe is trickle-down Reaganomics run amok. It doesn't work. We are seeing it in our society around the globe, frankly, but more here than anywhere else, where you have billionaires and trillionaires now that are making ungodly sums of money and continuing to double down for more. Well, we have people scraping by in the richest, most powerful country on the planet. And our strategy has been, up until now, tell us what you want, and we'll pretty much give it to you. Because we don't think we have anything here. I love this city. I love this state that I live in. I'm proud of who I am and where I come from. Every time I leave here, I'm proud to come back because I know what we have here that nobody else has. And if you don't see that, if you're just coming here to extract resources for greed and power, that's fine. I'm not going to vote to give you our money. I'm not going to say that people 30 years from now will need to live with my decision. So I'm okay with that. I'm okay with telling companies, you need to meet our terms because these are our resources. These belong to our community. We have a president out there right now who is doing the exact opposite, right? If you want government incentives, you give ballrooms and Bitcoin to him personally, and you get public incentives in exchange. What we're talking about is doing the opposite of that, right? We're saying, you want public incentives in our community? You give back to our community. You do what our small businesses do already. You pay decent wages. You invest in apprenticeships. You build people up, you invest in the community, and you show you're a real partner here. So I think this does a long way to getting us on the right path, getting us away from a corporate welfare state, because that's what these incentives are. It's corporate welfare. I'm the only one up here. I'm sorry to put everybody else on the spot, but I'm the only one up here that's ever voted against an IRB. And I am damn proud of that. Because those deals, particularly one of those deals, didn't work. And the momentum behind that deal, by the time it got to this commission here, was so vast that there was no stopping it. I mean, people were getting calls from the most powerful people in the state. There was no way that that deal was going to be stopped. Because we weren't at the table, we were on the table. And if we didn't buy in, we were out. And this turns the table just a little bit to say that we are going to demand that if you want to come to our community, you need to acknowledge what's good in our community, because there is a lot of that. So I'm very proud of this, even though I still have some concerns. And I think it's important to note, this is not the end of this. It comes back to this commission again in April. And hopefully it will have addressed some of the concerns that we've heard, some of the concerns that I raised, and we'll have further opportunities to do that. But I think it's good policy. I think it sets us on the right track. And I think we should move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Olivas, any other comments? I would like to make a comment before you're going to close. Yeah, thank you. I don't want to spend too much time repeating what I agree with a lot of what's been said this evening. I guess most of all, I feel like our value, and I think this has been said, but I just want to say it again. Like, in this position, I get to attend a lot of economic. Just yesterday, got to hear about the amazing work being done to bring trade ports, efficiency, effectiveness, and how we move items that New Mexico, Bernalillo County is leading into how we take focus not away from, but add focus into the center of our state, of our country, which has primarily been focused on the coasts, right? Like, everybody's worried about the coast and how we get in and out of trades in the big cities, and everybody forgets the rest of Middle America. And we are here as usual, a bright, shiny opportunity to really make efficiency and effectiveness happen. I hear this time and time again, and we all know. Just yesterday, I also heard someone talking, but we know this to be true. I heard throughout our legislature, almost every economic development conversation they had was about how much New Mexico has been innovative, has been the star, how creation of things that impact our whole entire globe start here, from quantum physics to science to technology to weapons, or that technology that has unfortunately created weapons but has also benefited us in so many other ways, energy, all these beautiful things. I also think about how because I'm that multi-generational New Mexican, I always say my father was the first recycler, because New Mexicans have always had less have always done more with less. And we've always been innovative in saying how we use the best of our resources and don't waste anything. That pig's ear is gonna be ground and cooked, that hoof, and that I'm talking from agriculture because that's where I grew up. But I know we do that in our economy, in everything we do. And so to doubt our value is just ridiculous. And I think that we have to agree, and I think we do in this body, that we are the value that the companies and organizations need to mold to us, to our community, to our needs, not the other way around. And we learn, this is not, I've heard several times, it's not the first, this isn't the last. We do this, we push, just like scientists do, right? We push to our edges, we grow, we learn, we adjust, we redo again, and we keep doing that because we're going to keep getting better. We're going to keep evolving with the times, with the need, based on our community needs, not the other way around. So I just also want to announce and say, because I think it was said, but really reemphasize that I was very proud when all of this conversation first happened. I did not know much about any of this, and I learned from our County Economic Development Department that we have really great, and it was mentioned tonight, I think thank you, Mr. Guerrero, for also recognizing that we have a whole really pretty strong list of the ways that we've addressed economic development criteria, some of the things that were originally asked by community around scheduling, and how a lot of those things that we already had, thanks to our very smart economic development department, that we did have in place. So I'm proud of that. And this is just to say we're going to grow that. And I think I'm just inspired tonight to think about, I think this is a chunk of what we can do right now. And I'm grateful that we're taking the time and intention, and we've had a whole year-long month of process going into this. And this is the part of the bite of the elephant. We could take it right now. And I do hope we have that vision for the grandest, we're going to eat that whole economic development elephant and get to that. So, I do think this is a great big chunk of that word and big bite that we're taking. So obviously I support this. I think we are valuing New Mexicans and our intelligence that we have and our brilliance we have here. So I just wanted to say those sort of comments. I did have some questions, but I think they've all been answered through the process. Thank you. Yes, County Manager.
Thank you. I want to be able to do two things. One, I want to clarify the direction, just because I want to make sure we're all on the same page about how we're proceeding. And then the other is I want to add some information to the record in response to some of what I heard today. One, I do just want to really emphasize the commitment of that steering committee. I mean, I don't know how many meetings, I'm sure someone's got a little bored of how many meetings they've had, and that they haven't revolted on us has been remarkable. What I do want to just say is that at the last meeting, which happened yesterday, there was a lot of comment about how to move forward, because Commissioner Baca, when she deferred the item coming back, asked us to go back to the committee in between that time so that we could bring a more robust rubric in front of you tonight. I think that the committee and all, good, there he is. I think that the committee, at least we had one member that just said, we've kind of done all we can do with it as a committee. But I was talking to Michael a minute ago because I was rereading the direction, and the direction said go back to the committee again to refine this further. So I wanted to have him come, if you wouldn't mind, Michael, come forward, because we have a little bit of a process issue in that the committee's really wrestled with this quite a bit, and so I'm not sure when we get the juice in the pulp, and then when it makes sense for us to hear from the committee, get their feedback one more time, and then how we do that, and then what we bring back to you, given how far they've moved. So I just want to level set that with our chair and our co-chair to make sure I understand both your direction, but we have a mechanism for doing it with the committee.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. So so to come up with this draft, 2 meetings. One was 2 hours, the other was 4. And it's a little bit unwieldy when you have 9 people trying to make edits to one document. I know there's an issue about Open Meetings Act, how many people can be meeting at one time. But I mean, to me, a process like that to be more effective requires some one-on-one work. It requires some subcommittee work, maybe, to make it happen. So I think if that's the case, maybe a smaller team can take the next version of it, the current version of it, take your feedback, incorporate it, and then go back to the full steering committee. So I mean, I guess the point is just being able to have some flexibility in terms of the format and how we're able to come up with the next version.
And then I just wanted to follow up, because there are 2 components to that. One is the format, which I really appreciate Michael trying to think creatively about how we do that. And then the other is just, again, timing, because what we did is we squeezed those 2 meetings in, so we'd make this meeting, actually we had 3 meetings.
Yes, that's right.
They're all blending together. So it was 2, 4, and 1.
2, 4, and 1, and today was basically to just affirm that what we're presenting to you today reflected our conversations in the previous two meetings. So, yes.
Yeah, so I mentioned that only because if, that we'll work really hard to get it back, because at some point, we are just gonna have to try and figure out how it works. I think we could continue to discuss it. Por vida is how it's feeling to me right now, but Michael, do you think, because I just want to make sure if you do a subcommittee and then we have the whole committee vote on it, then we can still bring it back in this time frame?
By April 26th, is that the time frame now? Or?
Nope.
No, it's March
March
24th.
24th.
And that has a 10-day kind of lead time for us. I mean, we have a little bit of flexibility, but more because we put it through our internal process. Right, and then we sunshine it on the Thursday before. So
March 14th is what we're talking about.
correct, March 14th.
So we have to have it in
Thank
2
you.
weeks.
Madam Chair, I'd like to interject.
Yes, Commissioner,
I'd like to interject.
Sponsor Bach.
Thank you so much. And this is not to diminish the hard work that you all have done. I get it. This has been really yeoman's work. I mean, thank you. The resolution in this amended, option B, asks the manager and staff to get back together with the steering committee and bring back to us by March 24th. Recommendations on the updated rubric. Also, recommendations on how the pilot could be, this pilot, policy change of these payment in lieu of taxes. Recommendations on that. And also recommendations on how this community economic development board would, be integrated into this. These are recommendations back to us. How you do that with the steering committee, I'm open to, but we as a commission need to make the policy decision on those recommendations. And that comes back to us ultimately on this bigger question, Commissioner Baca, of April 26th, how the manager wants to implement, bring all of those together into the bigger picture of the economic development strategies. And that takes us down to the April 26th deadline. So the purpose of those different dates, it sounds like I'm really being picky here, but I mean, it's allowing us to phase in all of this work, come back to this commission rather, and make those policy decisions. So you've gotten a lot of input, I think, from all five of us, and that's what I hope that you'll consider and bring back a recommendation. So I just wanted to clarify those dates for everyone too.
Thank you. And I do understand that, and that actually adds even 2 more elements. But we're going to be very deferential to the committee, obviously, because you as a commission are. So this is really, we're letting them, and I mean this in the best way, kind of lead all of this with a lot of support. So we'll work to see how we do that. I do want to just draw the distinction that the 24th are these products, but the March 24th date are the products. The policy is a month later.
Right.
So we're now, and then I want to respond to the other point that you raised about kind of the bigger picture, because you've raised it, Commissioner Baca, Frank Baca, and I want to respond to that. So I think maybe if the committee wants to establish a subcommittee, we can take all 3 and then present them back to the full steering committee and then bring them back to the commission. That makes sense?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay.
I just have a question maybe for the sponsor, maybe for Mr. Guerrero. But I mean, what I'm kind of hearing is that maybe you don't feel like there's that much more work left to do on the rubric itself. So I guess I'm just kind of wondering, I guess it's maybe more for the sponsor of sort of what more I understand sort of what we're hearing about the late April deadline, which is where this is going to be integrated into our economic development policies, which also might be an opportune time for that other framework that Commissioner Baca and I have kind of alluded to about the overarching goals and all that kind of stuff, in industries and some of those other things that were in there. But I guess I'm not clear what new information we're looking for on the 24th.
I can tell you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
One element of this rubric that I feel like I've stated, but I want to restate, and that's on page 3 of it, that last box where there wasn't consensus by the steering committee. I am sharing my, desire and policy, recommendation here that we reach a final, recommendation on that, because the amount of tax abatement that we're talking about here has to be tied to the community benefits that we're proposing in this effort, or it's all for naught. So that's something that hasn't been decided. They can get back together again, they can vote. I don't know the mechanism by which, but there needs to be a recommendation for us to make that decision. That's an outstanding item, and that's a very, very important one, so.
Can I ask a follow-up on that?
Yes, thank you.
I guess, and this may be for Mr. Guerrero, but to me, not being able to reach consensus just means that, there wasn't 100% support. And I suspect, certainly if all 5 of us were here, I suspect we wouldn't have consensus either on this tonight, right? I mean, it's very hard to reach consensus in any group on any issue. So I don't know if reaching consensus is ever going to happen on any number of issues. So again, maybe you can speak more to that.
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the commission, I think basically we were looking for guidance from all of you in terms of what you would want to see. I don't know if that was decided previously. We were asked to include something like that, but if that is the will of the commission that you actually want to see that, then I think that makes our job easier. Otherwise, it could be something that's just put to a vote on the steering committee. Either way, it comes back to you for your final decision.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
My question is I think that you haven't been bringing these only with consensus. You have voted on what should be included in these for a recommendation to us, to be clear.
He's saying the process that they have is what I'm hearing.
Is to come to a vote,
To not necessarily.
to make a
consensus.
recommendation.
Yep.
Thank you.
So, thank
Yes,
you.
to continue.
I think, thank you, Michael, that's really helpful. So let me just, let me respond to kind of the bigger question that you asked. There was a lot of consideration in the community dialogue. The poll that you're responding to, we got a lot of information from the community about what they wanted to prioritize. There was a very high level of interest from the steering committee and from the commission to see the community benefits rubric come forward. So it did come forward somewhat separately than the other recommendations, in part because there was a lot of enthusiasm around that particular item. I think on behalf of the staff, what I would say is that there were many, many areas that the committee was interested in that, frankly, the staff is already working on. And there were some areas where there was not agreement, where the committee might have had a shared sort of vision around something they wanted to work on, but there wouldn't have been necessarily support or agreement from the staff, either because the item was something rather large and we have a relatively small staff and we have other priorities that have been already set. However, I think one of the points that Commissioner Olivas had raised a while back was that even the language in the policies doesn't reflect the vision of the commission. And the one really good thing about all of these discussions, especially on the rubric, is that what ended up in the rubric, from my observation, seemed to be the priorities of the committee embedded in that rubric. Right. So even if, for example, giving more points to somebody who's willing to invest in their own child care, as an example, that we're not going to be the lead on that, but really being able to make the connection between our economic development staff and someone who comes in and says, I want to make sure my community has access to child care. How do we make sure that we make that connection? So what I would like to recommend is that that when we come back to you as part of the April discussion, the language is what I want to make sure you all have a chance to see, because you've made a point that our language expresses our values and our priorities. So I think we can do that. And I'll also say that there were very few areas that I just described where I didn't think, and I'm not even going to speak for the staff, but where I didn't think we had maybe the capacity to lead on it. I'll give you an example. You made a really good point about, Commissioner Frank Baca, you made a really good point about what are we doing for workforce readiness as an example. Well, one of the things that we're in the process of doing right now is expanding our partnership with CNM in a whole number of areas, in particular because we have our own workforce issues relative to can we get enough people trained in particular areas. You all gave direction for us to prioritize internships and fellowships. And so a lot of the work that we're doing already is going to be able to be embedded in this direction because on a lot of different tracks, we're all kind of thinking about the same things and trying to move them forward. What I wouldn't want us to do is try to become experts in workforce development because that's not an area of expertise we have, but what we should be doing is making sure everybody who's doing that we're deeply enough connected to them that when a company comes in and says, here's what I want to do, but here's the type of workers I'm looking for, that we actually know where to go to get that resource to that company. As you also know, this year we added the whole housing section to our economic development strategy. Now, I have to say this about the staff, and this is actually one of the areas I wanted to clarify. Our staff has been using the framework specifically around good jobs to determine what they bring forward to you. And I will also say that there are many, many little rotten eggs you never see because the staff doesn't bring them forward because they want a bunch of benefits without providing support to the community. I think the big difference is here that we're clarifying what the priorities of the commission are, that they're more transparent, and we're really taking a small list of priorities and we're making it a bigger list of priorities. So, and the reason I say all that is that what the staff has been able to do with a very small team is sort of remarkable to me. Now, could we be more transparent? 100%. Like the one thing that I think we have to get better at is how do we do a much better job of telling our story? How do we do a much better job of even acknowledging the companies that are coming forward that really want to do good work? So that's a part of this balance as well. And then lastly, what I also think is that the body of work and the research we did was so vast that when we met with you, you barely, I mean, we spent three hours with you on this. The committee spent, I don't even know how many hours. So we only got a chance to get through that one workshop with you. A piece of body of that work got pulled out. And so what I want to recommend is that in April, when we bring some language back to you, that we also bring to you those areas that were prioritized by the committee that we're already doing that work in and what the plan is for that work. Because I don't think this is a one shot, like we're just going to do the policy, we're going to be done. And I think in some ways we have to accept that we're going to be integrating over and integrating new ideas and the like, and then kind of doing what we did with the rubric over a number of months until we figure out exactly what our final product is, and then guess what? We'll start all over again, refining it. So we've heard your questions. We'll get those responded to, and I just want to emphasize how appreciative I am of the committee, how appreciative I am of all of you taking this so seriously, and I have to emphasize the leadership of the staff and the work they've already been doing, including that we do fiscal impact reports. And what Commissioner Olivas, what you've said, and I think I've said this to you publicly, is we are changing the structure of our budget office to be a budget and policy office because I recognize that we should be doing anything that comes to you. We should be able to explain the capital impacts and we should be able to explain the operating impacts for years into the future, not just a snapshot in time. And under Shirley's leadership, and we've hired somebody new under Erin's leadership and under Haley, who's got her third day, so I'm sure. Good job, Haley. She's ready to go. We're gonna be working at these things because we know we have to get better at what we're doing. And I didn't take it as a criticism, but I didn't want all of you to think that we weren't already moving in that direction as we've sunshined before.
Madam Chair. Thank you, and Commissioner Bob.
Thank you. I mean, I guess I've heard this whole conversation, and I truly appreciate the community engagement and the staff's engagement and the conversation. I want to close, if I may, by saying you know, what we've heard from the community, and I think even tonight, is that we need to strike a balance. I think we even heard the word in Dene, right? That balance is the thing that we're talking about. We need to remain competitive in our efforts to recruit, retain, and grow businesses. So very important. But with those incentives, which sometimes are millions of dollars over 30 years, what we are saying here, we also need to have the community benefits integrated into what we're talking about as we make these decisions to create a strong workforce development, support small and medium-sized businesses, and protect our environment. And with that, I call the question for the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a motion, a second, and lots of robust debate. Please call the vote.
Madam Chair, before we call the vote, if we can have the clerk issue a resolution number, please.
Thank you. Almost forgot that one.
4C shall be AR 2026-24.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Julie. Please call, clerk, please call the vote.
Commissioner Olivas?
Yes.
Commissioner Benson? Excused. Commissioner Barbara Baca?
Yes.
Vice Chair Baca? Yes. Chair Barboa?
Yes. You have unanimous support, 4 and 1 excused, Commissioner. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, great. We are moving on to our robust agenda. We are on item 5, approval of the consent agenda. Madam Clerk, please provide resolution numbers for items 5C and F, and an ordinance number for item 5H, please.
Of course, Madam Chair. 5C shall be FR 2026-25. 5F shall be FR 2026-26. 5H shall be O-2026-4. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I just want to announce that the consent agenda has been published and made available to the public. Therefore, I move approval of the consent agenda. Can I please have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice Chair. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Pass consent agenda. Moving on to item 5A, Commissioner minutes of February 10th, BCC admin meeting. I move approval. Can I please have a second?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
apologies for the interruption, but we are now on to item 9.
Thank you. Big agenda today. Thank you so much, Julie, again. Item 9, approvals. Commissioners, elected officials, salary adjustments, supplemental advisory opinion recommendation. I move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Looks like- Did you have anything you wanted to? Okay, great.
Just in case.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Oh, I guess all in favor, say aye.
Yes.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, there's no opposition. We have a passage of our great salary adjustment. Thank you so much for all of that work. Thank you for staying this evening. Thank you to all the team. Please share our appreciation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner
Just a
Olivas.
point of clarification on that item. That was approving the supplemental question that was asked and presented at the last meeting.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, good.
Thank you. Okay, we are on to Capital Improvement Program. Our wonderful Chief of Government Affairs, Kathy Court, to present.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Let me call up the presentation for you. Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and Commissioners, and my colleagues. My name is Kathy Court, Chief of Government Affairs. With me tonight in this presentation will be County Manager Cindy Chavez and our contract lobbyists who are in the audience, Dan Weeks, Ricky Lee Chavez, Matt Munoz, and Charlie Marquez. So we're all going to share the podium and give you a quick overview of the documents that I emailed all of you before I left for NACO. Gave you that whole package, and so I hope you've had an opportunity to review it while we go through it this evening.
Well, welcome back, Ms. Court, and welcome to our folks. Thank you for staying late with us.
So tonight, the only action item, if you will, that we're requesting is for the commission to provide us some direction on two pieces of legislation that we would like to send letters of support to. Of course, it's also up to you all in your capacity as the Board of County Commissioners. You might want to send letters of support in opposition as well, and so that's something else we're looking for from you as a commission. And obviously, whatever is discussed does require a majority vote, 3-2. So just a quick overview, and I did put in some of those great photos that were taken on Burnco Day this year. So all the slides have a photo of all of you who showed up that day. But basically, in this very short 30-day legislative session, 364 bills were introduced. And as of February 18th, 27 bills had moved over to the governor's office. The deadline for the governor to sign these bills is March 11th. Anything that she does not sign is considered a pocket veto. And therefore, the warning in all this is everything we're presenting to you tonight is what's been sent to the governor, but until it has a signature, it's not official. Okay. So in your packet, the first thing we'd like to discuss, and this is something Ricky Lee Chavez and Dan Weeks will discuss and provide an overview to you for, is the House Bill 2 Appropriations Act. It's the General Appropriations Act. It's basically the bill that funds our state government. We've provided you an Attachment A of House Bill 2, and Attachment A1 was drafted and compiled by Dan Weeks, who will be presenting that to you. We basically scrubbed House Bill 2, all 265 pages of that bill, and pulled out all of the appropriations that may have a positive impact on Bernalillo County. So with that, I'm going to let Ricky Lee Chavez and Dan Weeks come to the podium.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members. Thank you for having us. My name is Ricky Lee Chavez. I'm the founder of Capital Counsel and Consulting, and we have the honor of being one of your contract lobbyists. As we've mentioned before, this session was a 30-day session, so its main purpose was to pass a balanced budget, and the legislature was successful in doing that. They did settle on an $11.3 billion spending plan. This continues to be a record-setting spending plan. We presented to you at the end of last year that there was some flat fiscal projections and that we weren't sure if we were going to continue that trajectory, and that did happen in the 2026 regular session. As we've seen with the past several legislative sessions, we also passed a tax package through the legislature. And so this year, the tax package that was passed took the form of Senate Bill 151. It has what's being called as an industry swap, in that we are decoupling our tax system from federal tax law, and the money that is being transitioned from that is then being put towards tax incentives in that tax package. And then some of my colleagues will talk about capital outlay, but those are the three kind of big funding financial vehicles that we're watching during a 30-day session. One key thing I'd like to point out before turning it over to Mr. Weeks is that we were able to secure a $1 million line item for Bernalillo County for the Metropolitan Detention Center. The legislators were very impressed and happy to hear about all of the work that is being done at that facility as we seek to address the opioid crisis and to address the needs for our staff at that facility. And so I would point that out, and that we specifically at Capitol Council for your criminal justice and behavioral health initiatives worked on that. But I'll turn it over to Dan Weeks to talk about housing, which was a little bit more exciting than some of these top dollar things.
Madam Chair and members, Dan Weeks, I'm one of your contract lobbyists. I'll talk a little bit about the housing situation that happened this session, and then go back into some of the more specific opportunities that you have for grants in House Bill 2. So in Attachment A, you'll see a compilation of House Bill 2 related appropriations for housing. There's a $22.8 million appropriation for supportive and transitional housing, $2.3 million for opioid funding, housing assistance. A program called Linkages got $5 million. I believe that's run through the Healthcare Authority. There's $50 million for statewide affordable transitional housing, a $20 million appropriation to DFA that will eventually get to the Mortgage Finance Authority for transitional housing. There's $5 million for tribal housing, $30 million that goes to the General Services Department, and that is part of the state fair appropriation of $100 million, $30 million being set aside for affordable housing for the renovation, redevelopment of the state fair. There's $36.7 million that goes to the Healthcare Authority for capacity building for homelessness and housing. There's also $30 million that goes to the Workforce Solutions Department and for statewide housing, $660,000 for the Governor's Office of Housing that is also going to the Workforce Solutions Department, which we've worked really hard with during this last year to get the close to $100 million, which included the city of Albuquerque's portion of the appropriation for last year. And that was a big deal. We needed to get that money out the door, and it was very impressive that we had the documentation to show that. And I think that helped a great deal in getting us to the point where we got a fairly significant appropriation for this housing in general this year. And an interesting last item, there's $115 million for student housing and student life improvement kind of things is in a piece of legislation that was passed the last day for higher education. So I'm not sure how we will attach that or how we'll be able to work with the higher education department on that, but we're going to set up a meeting with Secretary Rodriguez to talk about that. So in general, that's the housing appropriations in a nutshell. One thing I would like to say is there's a lot of different agencies involved in this, a lot more than what we had last year. We were lucky to just kind of have an appropriation that went to Workforce Solutions, and we were able to work with Sarita in getting that stuff out the door. But this, I think, is indicative of the fact that we need to continue to move forward with the collaborative. Collaborative is very important in getting everybody together on the same page last year. And as you can see, there's like 5 or 6 different state agencies now involved in housing, and we need to be able to try and coordinate those things. So one of the things I suggest is that the collaborative take the responsibility along with the county manager to try and bring these agencies together and try and work on a comprehensive approach to things, because otherwise it gets fragmented and we lose control over it. The other thing that's interesting is the MFA and the governor's office have been kind of in a conflict the last 3 years as to who's going to be the lead agency on housing. And I know with Governor Grisham leaving office, the MFA as an institution and authority is going to probably take a bigger role. They've been in business for practically 30 years, and they've kind of changed their tune. They were sort of a slow-moving agency, and that's understandable because they're a financial institution, basically. But we really need to enhance our relationship with MFA. They're the sort of the go-to entity moving forward on housing. There's also a lot of appropriations in the GROW portion of House Bill 2 for housing. I won't go over those specifically. And there are also some project-specific appropriations in the capital outlay bill. And those are probably in the information that Mr. Munoz has, but I'll just mention them real quickly. There's an Albuquerque affordable housing construction for $250,000. These are all small items. There's Albuquerque North Corridor affordable housing for $75,000. Rail yard housing feasibility study for $100,000. MFA Albuquerque West Side affordable housing for $650,000. This is a nonprofit that's running through MFA. The International District Cottages, I think that's a project you all are probably pretty familiar with. And again,
How much did the cottages get?
Pardon?
How much did the cottages get?
The cottages were $375,000.
Thank you.
And then there's a big item that going to DWS, Workforce Solutions, of $26.6 million, but that's statewide. And that is also in the capital outlay bill. And then finally, there's an MFA program project in San Jose neighborhood for $395,000. So in general, that's what happened in housing. I'll also say that in House Bill 2, there are a lot of provisions for grant opportunities that you can apply for as a county. There's outdoor recreation, and there's a whole list of those, I think, that are also documented. So keep that in mind as you go through the next several months, that you can apply for those as well. So thank you very much.
Mr. Weeks, I just real quickly have, I think because you're the housing, I just wanted to make a note of when you talked about since you'll be in those conversations, and also for the record, and I see that Marcos Gonzalez, our Economic Development Director, has left, but in the South Campus TID for all the development happening in South Campus, that I asked both for grocery store, but also specifically for student housing to be included. I think it got included in the actual document, so I don't know what that completely means for the TID, but I just want it to be both awareness to our folks and Ms. Kathy Corden, our Economic Development. Thank you, Mr. Marcos. I see him come back in. Just that, that if that funding is available for student housing, UNM completely gutted the family housing that they had. And so I really think that that's a priority in this new development that's happening on South Campus. And I think we agree. I just wanted to mention it since you said it was, there was an appropriation for it, that we should get on that or whatever needs to happen.
One final thing I'd like to mention, and Ricky Lee alluded to it, is the tax package. There is a provision in the tax package that survived, and that is to offer a gross receipts tax deduction for labor and supplies, I guess, so that there'll be a deduction available for housing projects on that basis. And I will say that tax bill got log rolled at the last day, and so it may very well get litigated. But it was really difficult to do a fiscal impact on what that would be. So, but that's something you're also going to have to probably deal with.
Thank you. I just wanted to be clear on my last comment that it's family housing, because I think there is student housing, just that students that are families also. UNM used to have a camp, like a whole, anyways, they don't anymore, so I want to make sure the family student housing is available. Thank you, Kathy Court, go ahead.
Sure. One last note on House Bill 2 funding. GROW funding was part of House Bill 2, and 10 of the county's 14 projects were funded so far, and for a total of $2,710,000, with $1 million of that being part of what Ricky Lee mentioned in House Bill 2, the workforce allotment for MDC. So that's really impressive. So $2.7 million in GROW funds are allocated to Bernalillo County programs and projects.
Madam Chair,
Yes. Yes,
can
Commissioner
you
Lucas.
tell me again the MDC item, what that is and how much that is?
So
Workforce. Thank you, Ricky Lee.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Olivas, it's $1 million, and it's gonna go under the, I believe, the Department of Health, and so it's for the Metropolitan County Detention Facility for opioid treatment and for training for workforce to assist with medication and treatment. The training for the treatment that's going to be distributed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. Thanks for that question.
So the next item we wanted to discuss was attachment B. It's our capital outlay projects, and it's encapsulated in Senate Bill 240. And so with that presentation is Matt Munoz, who really was boots on the ground for us in all things capital outlay this session.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, thank you for letting me have the time to present to you on this issue. Capital outlay in the state of New Mexico is a very unique process. We're the only state in the union that does it this way. So the total capital outlay bill was approximately $1 billion, plus or minus. Of that money, off of the top immediately, they take about half of that money towards large statewide programs. And so that's where you'll see the money for the UNM Health Center. You'll see the money for some very large projects that the state does. And then from there, it gets split even further. The governor, the Senate, and the House all split that last $500 million into thirds. And so if you do the math, when it comes down to each House member and each Senate member, a House member got approximately $2.4 million. The Senate members got approximately $4.2 million to divvy up. With that said, there was over $50 billion in requests put into the ICIP this year. I had one legislator tell me that just in their district, they had over $100 million in requests coming into them. So it's a very competitive process at the state legislature for those monies. In Albuquerque, you know, a lot of people think we have a lot of legislators, we have a lot of money, but we also have a lot of needs here. And so we have APS, we have UNM, we have the city of Albuquerque, we have Bernalillo County, and we have all of the other small entities that reside here that are also seeking this capital outlay funding. And so with that said, in front of you is the list of capital outlay funding that we were able to secure, I'll say thus far, because this isn't signed and we don't know what is going to survive a veto pen or not. In District 1, the biggest project was the All Ages Center that got $1.3 million. In District 2, the Water and Sewer Infrastructure Project got $860,000. District 3, there was two of them, both for a total of $300,000 each. And that is the International District Housing got $300,000, and then the community, the Mobile Community Center, the Rec on Wheels, I think it is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, got $300,000 as well. And then in District 4, I believe there's close to the amount of money that we were asking to complete the Edward Sandoval, North Valley Baseball Complex, that you add those two line items together. I'm not sure how those line items got split up when they were appropriating funding, but they ended up in two different places in the bill, which is why you see that $930 million plus $125,000 in two separate areas. The sheriff's office received $1.4 million for their tech request. They also received $775,000 for their training facility. That's the new training facility that they're seeking out on the west side of Albuquerque. And then when it comes to the public safety projects for the county, the animal care expansion was a very popular program this year. I think we talked to a lot of legislators beforehand about some possibilities of having a care center closer to their communities in the center of Albuquerque as opposed to all the way down on 2nd Street. And so that drew a lot of interest. And then the two county-wide programs, the El Centro Theobald and then the Mesa del Sol also received small amounts of money compared to what we were asking. And so I just wanted to point those out.
Yes, Commissioner
I
Barbara
have a
Baca.
question. What is line 44? It's something that, food, business, incubator, kitchen.
So all of those projects, if you see it, the title says Bernco NP. Those are all nonprofit programs that have sought money with us being the fiscal agent. I was talking with Kathy Court before I presented. Some of these could apply to numerous nonprofits that we've worked with in the past or that we know about. And so we're not absolutely sure on some of these. And for example, like the flamenco money, that could go Flamenco Works or the National Flamenco Institute. It's not clear from the language as far as which flamenco program that's going towards. And so it's going to be a little bit complicated untying some of these strings to figure out which nonprofits were the ones that were actually asking for this money.
Madam Chair, I'm very interested in you investigating that one, number 44, because it might be something that I know about, but I don't know that I know. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
You don't know if you know. Yeah.
Yes, Commissioner Olivas.
So,
Actually, sorry to interrupt. I believe Kathy Court knows the answer to that.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, item number 44 was a request that was, and I actually do know this one, this was a request put in by Three Sisters Kitchen.
Okay. Bam.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Olivas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one item is just a super minor thing, but I think there's an error. The Ed Sandoval Baseball Complex, I think, is in Commissioner Baca's district, District 1, and it's shown on District 4. Not a big deal, but
I apologize about that.
No worries. You know, it's always hard to tell sort of, you know, who, how, when any of this sort of went down. So just want to appreciate the whole team that was involved in this. You know, I spent a considerable amount of time meeting with, texting with, calling with my legislators on some of these projects, and I'm sure you all did as well. So, you know, it's hard to give credit to any one source, but credit is due to all in that case, right, for everybody's collective efforts. And then lastly, just on that last point with these nonprofit projects, and some of these are so vague, behavioral health clinic design. I mean, that's like, where is that clinic and who's going to operate it? And, you know, I just made the point about fiscal impact statements. Where's the operating money? All of that. All of this just speaks to our capital improvement ordinance needs considerable work, and our nonprofit partners have to be held accountable, as do we, to actually vet these projects and understand what they are, because here we are, the fiscal agents, we're reviewing these monies, and we're all looking at those with our eyes squinted and talking to each other like, do you know what that one is? Because no one knows what they are. Kathy might, but.
I also just want to interject, if I can, make that, you know, so many of the nonprofits, and I agree that our process can always be improved, right? But these have been facilitated. Kathy has spent back and forth hours with all of them. But because of the way our state capital approves things, that we are not allowed to say National Flamenco Institute gets this because of the anti-donation clause and the blah-bitty-blah-blahs. But I think we are very well aware, none of these they don't just get to like slip through. I did get to slip through one of my years because I didn't understand the process myself, and they just let me get some in. Thank you, Kathy Court. But yeah, I just want to say that out loud, and it's because of our process, because of the state's process, we can't name who is getting that, but also because of our anti-donation clause, we can't say that's who's getting it because we might have to go for RFP or otherwise. But yeah, Kathy, if you have information.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just to follow up on that, but what is important is who the sponsor was.
Yes.
That is very important because that's who holds the purse strings, and that's who we have to, if they appropriate it, they're expecting the county to come forward, and we've gotten crosswise, and we don't want to get crosswise. It's really important for us to know who the sponsors are of these. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, we'll know who the sponsors are 20 days after the governor signs the bill. Then we'll be able to see who gave what to which project. And to your point, my team works very diligently with our colleagues across departments to make sure that we are spending down these capital grants, because to your point, they're asking us to spend the money, and that is our number one goal. So
Madam Chair, sorry, can I make one follow-up? So now I saw there's 2 behavioral health clinics on there. So can you tell me anything about either of those?
So I am hoping, but I'm not sure, that Centro Savila did put in a request to, they've got about $3 million toward a facility that they are currently, we're really close with an architectural plan design of this facility. We're estimating it's going to cost about $6 million. So I absolutely asked them, yes, go out and see if you can get another $1 million. So I'm hoping that $845,000 is there. But to Madam Chair's point, there is no, it's a really vague language. I know what their LCS project summary showed, but that's not, it's kind of weird. We're going to have to figure out if that's what they think. And they probably know because they were making their notes on who gave what. So I'm hoping that's for Centro Savila. They put in an RFP request, so I'm hoping that they'll be successful in that RFP request through the behavioral health money. And we're hoping to really push that and get that project done, at least what we have on paper right now. So that's really exciting. The other one, if you can give me a line item, because let's see.
37?
I think they're both the same.
Okay, that one.
One's construction and one's design.
Okay, so the number 37 to plan and design. This is, I believe it's Crestview Health Systems. We really worked with them to hone down their request to just plan and design at this time because they have a location, but they're not quite sure what kind of infrastructure they need and what they need to do on this site. And so their language is just strictly to plan and design. And we've done that with Centro Savila. We were able to execute a grant with DFA's approval because we were focused on plan design first. And then if we want to move forward on construction, we'll get into all the other anti-donation issues that we have to overcome when we want to build a facility that somebody else is going to operate.
Thank you. Any further questions about capital outlay?
All right, so up next is HB 332, which was our capital outlay reauthorization bill. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Charlie Marcus, who really handled all that horrible paperwork and got all that in by the deadline.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Good evening.
And members of the commission. House Bill 342 is really a point of contention with the legislative body. This is money that has been unspent and has to be reauthorized. There were, for Bernalillo County, quite honestly, Bernalillo County does a really good job of spending its money. There were really not that many, relatively speaking, reauthorizations that went in for the county. There were 21 pieces of reauthorization. Each of them, most of them, I'm going to say, were for additional time to complete the expenditure. One of the issues, and the reason that this becomes a point of contention, is there's approximately $7.2 billion of unspent money that should have been spent one way or the other. And generally, they all, firmly believe they've got a good reason for not spending that money, and therefore they want another request. But some of these reauthorizations have gone in over and over and over again. And so they want to put a stop to that. So of the reauthorizations for Bernalillo County, I think the smallest amount was 25,000. The largest amount was 600,000, for the exception of one, which there was some, I'm going to say, point of contention with regards to how that money came to be and why did we have it. It was $1.5 million. It was for East Central Ministries. And I talked to the chair about this. Anyway, it seems like the understanding that I had, at least, was that East Central Ministries had put in a request for these monies. It was not authorized by Bernalillo County. And when the money came to Bernalillo County, they identified that it was probably going to be an issue regarding anti-donation. And so the entity then went to, I don't know if it was NMFA or MFA, but they went to that organization and said, can we find a way around this? And they said no. And so anyhow, Bernalillo County then requested that it be reused for another purpose. And it was a good other substitute. It was for affordable housing. And so that one had 12 people that had contributed to it. And so, and I've got to check into this further. We were led to believe that every one of those people had to sign the reauthorization form. So Matt and I were running around the last 2 days trying to get signatures from 12 legislators. I don't think that was necessary. I'm going to go to DFA and find out, because I think they are the ultimate decision makers on this. I think only one person had to sign that form. And so we'll figure that out. But of these, there was
Mr. Charlie, I'm sorry, if I just may correct for the record that we did authorize that one. I think everything you said is close to accurate. I just want to clear the record that 1.5 was originally approved by us. I was part of getting that approved and lobbying for those dollars. It is East Central Ministries decided on their own. They made a choice through conversations with myself and the county manager, because they thought they could move it themselves through DFA. And they asked for the money to be moved from the county to DFA so that they could move it on their own, and that didn't succeed. But we are committed and would love to have that 1.5 to be able to move housing projects, which was the original appropriation for
And I
it
should
as well.
just add, if I could, thank you for that. And I do just want to say to Charlie, thank you, because that was
Yeah, it was
collecting all of
confusing.
those penny. I mean, it was hard for him, I know. The other thing I wanted to add is that ECM was extremely cooperative with us about this. And as you all know, we're working with them on the Virginia Street site, and they are interested in another site. So we'll come back to you with more information on that. But I wanted just to acknowledge their cooperation.
Thank you for that.
great. Thank you for the corrections. Anyhow, like I said, there was 21 reauthorizations for the county. There was 2 for the sheriff's office and 7, it looks like, for the nonprofits. Just wanted to add that because this has become such an issue, there was actually language introduced to House Bill 247, which was the capital outlay changes. There were 2 amendments. One of them was introduced in the Senate Finance Committee, and what that did was it inserted language that says that the House Taxation and Revenue Committee amended providing a framework for freezing and repurposing funding appropriated to projects that have demonstrated no activity within 6 months of their reversion date. So if it has no activity, they're going to take that and claw it back, if you will. and then they'll decide how to repurpose that. Additionally, the House Taxation and Revenue Committee also added an amendment, and they did some similar things to it, but the general synopsis is that House Bill 247 establishes limitations or reauthorizations on new appropriations for capital outlay projects. The limitations apply to appropriations from both state and local projects. The bill limits reauthorization of capital outlay appropriations from occurring more than once to extend time, and limits time extensions to a maximum of 2 years. So going forward, that's what we're going to be limited to.
Thank you. I have one quick follow. I know we're late in the day, but so there's been a few, and I actually see one of them on here, like the Vets for Pets that has like $150,000, or and it's in this vein of reauthorization. I got a few. There's a few in, and I don't know that they're all included in here, but they reached out to me that they had like for Vets for Pets, it was like they wanted a change from a kennel to a something else that they could use, or New Mexico Reentry had gotten appropriation, I think at this point 2 years ago, and they wanted to move from, instead of buying coffee equipment, to buy screen printer equipment, all in the same name of like doing entrepreneurial work. But obviously the appropriation was written. For example, I'll use the New Mexico Ranch Center, that they had said they wanted to build a coffee and they wanted to buy equipment for coffee, to make coffee. And so I don't know, whatever equipment they need. But because they changed gear and said they want to do screen printing, they can no longer access that money. Is there a way? They've asked me, and I don't know, so I'm asking you all, like, can they go back and say, ask for a change to that language from coffee to screen printing? Or if not, how do we remove them from, if they're really never going to get it, or do we get it? What happens?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, in that particular case, they should be working with us to reauthorize a grant with new language, because DFA does, they are sticklers on the language. And in the example you cited for New Mexico Vets for Pets, the language was restricted to purchasing and installing kennels. And when there is nobody in the state of New Mexico who could do that for them. We worked really hard to find a vendor, and in the end, the vendor was not willing to abide by our procurement code and rules, so we had to pull out of that conversation. And that's why we're reauthorizing for more general language, so that they can use their money for a wide variety of things that they might need on campus. And that would also apply to any nonprofit where they go in thinking, this is what I want to do with my money. They have a change of plans, and unless the language authorizes them to use the money for whatever it is they want to use it for, we've got to reauthorize it. So we need to work with them on that.
And can I just ask you, Ms. Kathy Court, because I was told that they were trying to work, and then they were told that they wouldn't get that money, but there is there is processes and steps, and it's with you that they go through those steps and processes to change the language and get it reauthorized to be used.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, yes. And so one of the things my team member does, who is devoted only to nonprofit work, is she meets every 3 months with all of our nonprofits to see what is going on. How are you doing? Are you experiencing any glitches? What issues are we having? So we can actually flag those grants that we're not able to spend for whatever reason, so that we can either try and rectify those situations or talk about reauthorizing the language in the next legislative session.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if there's no more questions on that, I'd like to move on to Attachment D. And in Attachment D are a full list of bills that were sent to the governor's desk. We did include on page 4 of your Attachment D the last 3 bills that were signed by the governor, HB 9, SB 1, and SB 2. What I wanted to draw your attention to on this list, and then I'll open it up for questions, is on page 1, the capital outlay changes that Mr. Marquez was talking about, HB 247. We did have this item in our resolution, our policy resolution approved by Commission, AR 2025-115. I am in my team, and we've talked about this, we're pretty supportive of this bill. There are some restrictions to reauthorizing grants in this bill, but our team is committed to making sure that we're going to spend down these grants. And when we can't spend down a grant, our capital improvement plan team is really trying to figure out what's the issue, why, and raising those concerns a lot earlier with the state agencies that oversee the funds. So we're okay with the limited one-time reauthorization for 2 years. We're okay with that. We want to flag those earlier anyway with this new kind of in-house software system we're utilizing and the increased focus on our grants by my team. So I'd like to write a letter of support in particular for that bill. And secondly, on page 3, DCM Pettis is asking that we write a letter of support for HB 255, which was a public safety workforce building program. And so with your approval, we would like to move forward with those letters of support. And if there are any other letters of support or opposition that you would like us to write on your behalf, on our behalf, we'd all like to hear that as well. And with that, I'm going to stop and open it up for questions from you. Thank you.
Thank you for that information. Discussion from the board?
I move approval of the 2 suggested letters.
Okay, we have approval in a second. Any discussion? Motion in a second. Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We have a due pass on those 2 letters recommendation.
And that concludes my presentation unless you have any other questions for me and my colleagues. And I do want to just give these 4 individuals and Randy, who wasn't able to be here with us this evening. They worked really hard. They're an amazing team. And boy, I couldn't do half of what I do without their boots on the ground and their diligent efforts. So thank you to our lobbyists, our contract lobbyists. My heartfelt gratitude to all of you. And to our DCM team and county manager, who has a really great, boy, she met with us every week too to know what we're doing and make sure we're on track. So thank you, and thank you all, Commission. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. I think we have a strong team. Thank you all. Thank you all for staying with us to the very last minute. And I know you're used to it anyways, but thank you so much. And I feel really strong and much more confident and much more informed this year. So thank you for always doing better for us. Thank you. Okay, if that is our final agenda item, announcement of the next commission meeting, Wednesday, March 11th, 2026 will be the zoning meeting at 2 p.m. here in Ken Sanchez Chambers. Wednesday, March 11th, following that meeting, it will be the 2026 administrative meeting for 5 p.m., Ken Sanchez Chambers. And if there's no other business, this meeting is adjourned.